the sidelines for a long time. Now I'm finally getting in the game. It's about time. This is my time. This is my time. The only thing I consider impossible is losing. I've been waiting on the sidelines for a long time. Now I'm finally getting in the game. It's about time. This is my time. This is my time. The only thing I consider impossible is losing. On the sidelines for a long time. Now I'm finally getting in the game. It's about time. This is my time. This is my time. The only thing I consider impossible is losing. I've been waiting on the sidelines for a long time. Now I'm finally getting in the game. It's about time. This is my time. This is my time. The only thing I consider impossible is losing. On the sidelines for a long time. Now I'm finally getting in the game. It's about time. This is my time. This is my time. The only thing I consider impossible is losing. I've been waiting on the sidelines for a long time. Now I'm finally getting in the game. It's about time. This is my time. This is my time. The only thing I
What's up, Fins family? Welcome back to TDPHINSTALK, home of the real Miami Dolphin fans. Y'all, please hit that like button on your way in the building. Salute to all of the subscribers of the channel. Salute to all the members of the channel. And shout out to the mod squad doing their thing. I appreciate the mods so much, especially the responsible ones. Thank you so much, mods, especially the responsible ones. If you're not a responsible mod, we're gonna be making some changes coming soon. So, and just so you know, ladies and gentlemen, we run a family-friendly channel. We talk our talk and we have fun, but we try to, minimize profanity. We're not gonna stop at all, but we try to minimize profanity. We also try to minimize disrespect and vulgarity. But outside of that, man, you're free to comment and say whatever you want. Dolphins suck. What is TD? Don't know what he talking about. All that stuff is fair game. But we just try to minimize profanity and vulgarity and disrespect. So that's about it. So hopefully the mods can maintain that type of policing. Nothing more, nothing less. If someone disagrees, it is their right, and I appreciate difference of opinions over here. Okay, but I want to give a special shout out to the homie Manny. Yeah, Manny, know what's up. It's bigger than rap, Manny. Shout out to the homie Manny. I took last night off, y'all. I took last night off once the baby went to sleep. The baby knocked out like around 9 o'clock. So I drove over and I played me some poker last night. Sat back, just chilled, took my time, played me some poker. You know, yeah, it was a good night. I told y'all I go to have fun, not to make money, but I actually made some money last night. So we kind of quadruple what we started with. Um, no. 6 times what we started with. And then next thing I right before I was about to leave, we got a new dealer, and the dealer said, "You look like this guy TD Fizz." I said, "I am TD Fizz." So salute to the homie Manny. Especially salute to the homie Manny dealing me a win on my last hand before I got up out of there, man. Um, but yeah, man, I kicked back, relaxed, played me some poker last night, and just chilled and had a good time, man. So shout out, man, the homie Manny, shout out to you, man. I give you a special shout out, man. It was good seeing you, man. Hopefully I see you again. I told you I may show up once a month, once a month. All right. Push them chips in. Oh, I was getting them last night. I was baiting them. I love poker. I just love the game of poker. It's so I love the game of poker. So that's something I do just to just relax, and because I ain't gonna lie, I tell y'all I haven't recovered from this season yet. That's something I usually do in the off season. Play a little poker here and there as a way of winding down. And I'm gonna be honest, this season, I didn't. I feel a little burnt out. I think it has something to do with all the travel that I was doing back and forth to Dallas this year. But I didn't go as hard this year because it was unnecessary because all the partnership deals and stuff was kind of crazy this year. So but this was a taxing season. TD, how do you play poker? Just go download an app or something and learn, but it's pretty dope, man. It's pretty dope. Texas Hold'em, that's all. All that other stuff I could play, but I don't like playing. So um it's pretty dope though. It's pretty dope. But yeah, learn, man. Learn. Learn poker. It's pretty cool. Might have a virtual poker night one day. Nah. um but yeah, anywho, listen, but yeah, it was a taxing season. I think what was more taxing about this season is because it was a roller coaster. Excuse me. It was a roller coaster of emotions. Me personally, y'all already knew where I stood this season, but it was still a roller coaster of emotion. I had my personal beliefs in this team in Tua. And when we started out 3-0, I wasn't sold, but I was happy. I ain't gonna lie, I wasn't sold, but I was happy. And then when we went 0-3, it was like same old Dolphins. And then when we won 5 in a row and went 8-3, I wasn't sold, but I was happy once again. Just back and forth. And believe it or not, the most draining part was going 0-5 and 0-4 with Tua. Because the validation of me not being sold and why I wasn't sold, that's what gets me. The reason I wasn't sold most of the winning games was validated because I said we ain't playing nobody. That don't mean nothing. And then when we played somebody, validation. They making it easy for Tua. No, he's just that great. When they didn't make it easy, where was the greatness? It was a roller coaster, and it wasn't just because I was right. There was a part of me, I'll admit to y'all, I wanted to be wrong because maybe I was. And I was ready to change that. And I wouldn't. In 3 games, people thought they had an MVP. And in 4 games, we saw a guy that didn't even look like he belonged in the NFL. Shout out to the homie K Flexing. He made me laugh this morning. Somebody tweeted, "What if quarterbacks forgot how to throw the ball like kickers just all of a sudden forget how to kick?" And K Flexing replied, he said, "Well, I've actually seen this done. And the crazy thing is it was on Christmas Day." I ain't gonna lie, that had me laughing. Oh man. Keena said they be talking mad boo-boo about you, TD, on Reason Channel, and he doesn't even stop them from talking either. I just wanted to see what you was talking about. Keena, Rankin, it's okay. They've been talking mad stuff about me on many channels for years now. That's become a common thing. And it's just validation. And he doesn't have to stop people from talking mess about me. I don't hold that against him. That's people's opinions. I don't have a problem with people talking trash about me. Same people scared to come debate me. The same people scared to come debate me. So I have no problem with them talking trash and cowering, somewhere else. But they scared to debate me. So, but it's never any ill feelings for anybody who talks trash about me. TD's trash. TD don't know what he's talking about. TD's a clown. TD's this and that. There's no ill feeling. I love them all. They don't love me, but I love them. All right. I try to be like Jesus. I try. Jesus, God said he sent Jesus because we couldn't be Jesus. But I try. I still try. But again, let me say this too. You know what I found it to really be? These people are just living off of emotion. There's nothing wrong with what they believe, but half of them can't even articulate their argument on camera. So that's why they hate me. Because when they get on a camera with me and they try, they get destroyed because they can't even articulate their argument. And then those who can articulate their argument, you know what I always end up boxing them into? Because I don't speak off emotion. Unless I'm being a fan, and I always tell y'all right now I'm being a fan. But I don't go off of emotion. I go off of data, statistics, analysis, facts. And then I'll let you know this is my opinion, this is my hypothesis, my educated guess based on those factors. But you know what I always find for the ones who can articulate their argument? I always box them in because I actually at the end of the argument, I'm able to point out their argument is based off of how they feel. No stacks, no data, just how they feel. I always. And I'll say things like, "Oh, that's how you feel," but you don't have nothing to back it up. So it's hard to the thing is, when you believe something, it's hard to like somebody who has all the makes a lot of logical sense of why what you believe isn't true, and you can't come off of what you believe, so therefore you just don't like them. You don't tune in. See, people aren't searching for truth. They're searching for whatever makes them feel good or validated. Let's make sure we get that understood. Most people in life are not searching for truth. They're simply searching for what is going to validate what they believe and make them and satisfy the feeling that they have. That's it. And they will take that to the end of the road. Tua could come out next year and in the first 5 games throw 20 picks. These people will, well, I mean, look at the O-line. He's being hurried more. They will look for a reason. They will look for a reason. These aren't the same plays. This is Mike McDaniel needs to. They will look for something that will validate why it's happening and not put it on that kid. Because how they feel has to be right. Let me take it a step further. Even if deep down inside they recognize they were wrong, they will be wrong in silence and move on. But they will never come back to the person that they despise now that was actually right. And the reason why you don't despise them is because they were right. They'll never say, you know what, this person is telling the truth. He knows what he's talking about. I was wrong. This is the type of person I should be listening to. No, they'll never do that. They'll keep their wrongness with all their wrong people and move on together, because the only reason they despise me in the first place is because they disagree with something that I was actually right about, or something I was wrong about but willing to admit I was wrong, whatever it may be. This is what you have out here. This is what's going on. Not trying to act like I'm better than anybody else, but at the end of the day, truth is truth. Facts are facts. Feelings are feelings. You got to differentiate the two. Facts over feelings over here. TD, you've been right about Tua for 3 years. I've seen the video. You have every right to bash him. But here's the thing. Another thing, this narrative that I'm bashing him. I'm not bashing Tua. I'm just being honest of what he is. It seems like I'm bashing him. No, I'm just telling you what he is. If you're no good, I'm not bashing you. You're just no good. And I'm not saying Tua is no good. I keep on reiterating this. Tua ain't no scrub. Tua ain't no bum. He gonna have scrub and bum moments. He is actually a good quarterback, but he's not consistently good. He is good enough not to be good enough. Let's make sure we get that straight. Tua is not a bum. He is not a bad quarterback, but he is not good enough. But he is good enough to not be good enough. It's the worst kind of quarterback you can have, because those are the ones you keep moving forward with because you're thinking that you can get this. Man, it's just so close. If we could just get him to play if we could just get it consistent, if we could just. It sucks. If you got a bum quarterback, it's actually a good thing. We know. Let's move on. The Jets got a bum. Now they talking Aaron Rodgers. What up, Fat Boy Swag? But if you got a great quarterback, there's no question. Yeah, we got our guy. Franchise. Ain't nobody arguing. You think anybody in the entire Bengals organization arguing if they got a franchise quarterback or not? Ain't no argument. Ain't even no discussion. They already talk about re-ing up on a 10-year deal this offseason for Burrow. CFO Gaming said the worst thing to have is a Dak type QB, which is Tua. Exactly. Same thing Romo was. These guys put up numbers, but look at the biggest game. Who were the ones that pooped the bed? Exactly. Dak is and look at Skip Bayless this morning. The Cowboys should trade Dak now. And the truth is, he's right. Everybody knows Dak Prescott was the major contributor in why they lost. You're not going to get a better defensive performance. Dak Prescott was the main reason they lost. And this ain't nothing new, but he can help you win 10, 11, 12, 13 games in a season. And this year, Cooper Rush got half of them. People don't understand that. And I'm not saying, move on for less. You gotta upgrade. If you can't find the upgrade candidate, you gotta stick with Dak. Try to figure it out with them. Same with Tua. If we can't find an upgrade, you gotta stick with Tua. I'm with it. Why would I want to downgrade? I mean, if we say, you know what, we believe we need a new quarterback, we're gonna draft one. Then I'm like in my head, well, stick with Tua and draft him and let him sit behind Tua unless he beat him out in camp. I don't want you to get rid of Tua because I need the best option we have on the field. And whoever you draft, if Tua's out playing them in camp, no, we need Tua. And if you can't find a better option, then Tua it is. And let's figure out how we can spec this team. I don't think we're going to win, but let's try. And the biggest issue of it all is I don't have a problem sticking with Tua if we have to. He ain't a scrub. It could be a whole lot worse. And it ain't even that bad, to be honest with you. It ain't even that bad with Tua. But I'm sorry. For 3 years in a row now, we've had an opportunity to get better. In 2 years in a row, we blew it. And for the third year, this is the biggest insult. There ain't never been this many upgrades as there are available right now. There ain't ever been this many upgrades as there are right now. And one that usually is one or two guys, and yeah, that'll be nice. Man, it's about five. It's about five. Hell, Dak, even though Dak is the same kind of guy, is still an upgrade. Tom Brady, Aaron Rodgers, Derek Carr. Then you got the San Francisco situation. Who gonna be their starter next year? Because whoever ain't might be an upgrade. Might be an upgrade. Lamar Jackson. I ain't even mention him. That's 5 right there. So when it comes to people hating me and bashing me, hey, mama, a large part of that is also them hating on me and being jealous of me. And by the way, this has nothing to do with Reason. I think he does a great job with his commentary. I think he's a great YouTuber. I think he provides a high level quality product. Go check him out if you want. But some of his people are mad at me because we're flourishing like crazy over here. And it ain't just our growth. It ain't just our growth. It ain't just the subscribers, and we're flourishing in that area too. But without going into much detail, I can guarantee you TD Fans Talk, this platform, is outproducing any Dolphin platform there is when it comes to how should I say this? Producing resources by far. And that's what they're mad about. That's what they're mad about. And it's okay. Truth be told, most of them should just hit me up and say, how you do this, how you do that, and willing to share and put you on. Plenty to go around out here. Plenty to go around. A little stunt moment, by the way. Sponsorships, that too. That's a large part of what I'm talking about. Well, some people running around trying to advertise, and every sign up they get $5, $10. No, we don't do that. We don't do that. So don't be mad at me. Hey, mama girl, look at her looking at me. Hey, mama girl, that's right. That's right. Daddy know what he doing, don't he? Don't Daddy know what he doing? Don't Daddy know what he doing? That's right. That's right. Because we blessed, mama girl. We blessed. We blessed. Dolphins Today chat is pretty good. Oh, no, it's some great channels, man. I ain't talking about the channels. I mean, I don't know where I ranked. I leave that to y'all, but I'm sure there's 50 channels, Dolphin channels, greater than TD Fans Talk. Oh, man, but at the same token, those same channels, I can guarantee you are not producing what this channel is producing from a resourceful standpoint. Ain't that right, mama? Ain't that right, mama? And the beautiful part of it, I don't have to use my subscribers to produce it. Y'all get to enjoy the content. Everybody who donate to the channel, they do it at their free will. I don't recall ever sitting on this show ever. Please donate. Please give me your money. Donate, or I'm not doing it. I don't recall ever doing that. Now I might have said, hey, if you send me a donation, send it to my wife instead, because I want to show her some love today. That's different. I've never, and people who donate to the channel, they do it out of the love and kindness of their very own heart. Period. Y'all liking, subscribing, and sharing does it all. Y'all support this channel in that way. I recall you hypnotizing a few people once. Yeah, I remember that. I wasn't asking. I was hypnotizing. Yeah, you just having a great ball today, ain't you? You feeling good. You feeling good, ain't you? Yeah, you are. Oh, man, what a treasure, TD. Yeah, man. Yeah, get right, baby girl. Ooh, I gotta clean your middle fingernail or cut them. They're getting a little long, mama. Yeah, don't be yelling at me. Don't be yelling at me. Yeah. Oh, man. You don't, TD. That honestly kills me, and the banning people from the stream for donating to get them off pisses me off. I think we did that one time, only once, because somebody was so outrageous. I was making a joke that we would do it, and we did it one time. That was funny. Well, I was gonna get rid of them anyway. Oh, man. All right, mama girl. Yeah, you got all that spit. Let me get your rag. Here you go, mama. Here you go. All right, man. Let's get into the stream. And another thing before we go, if you do support YouTubers though, And if you do want to donate to their channels, the off season is the most critical time for many of them, because it's not as much attention. So show other YouTubers love, over the summer and stuff, over the off season. Motivate them to keep going and stuff like that. It goes a long way. So if you have YouTubers out there that you love watching, it's football, show them love in the off season. Keep them motivated and keep them rolling. All right. But yeah, man, enough about my haters, because they're gonna always be present to validate the fact that we must be doing something right over here. Okay. Let's get into this stream. We done been going for 30 minutes chopping it up. That's why I love this channel. Man, I see y'all be having me going on these rants, and I be loving them, man. UTP said another Tua hate session. I don't know what your definition of Tua hate is. It's gotten muddy, so you're gonna have to elaborate. TD, you do show with Batman 2423. Yeah, I don't understand. I do show with anybody. They just got to hit me up. I ain't hitting nobody up. Let's get that straight now. I ain't hitting nobody up. But I am open to anybody. So remember that. TD love everybody, but it's too many people to hit up to be trying to hit anybody up. And salute to all the new YouTubers, man. Hey, I swear to y'all, just this morning, I saw like 5 new Dolphin YouTubers, man. Salute to the new YouTubers, man. Hit me up. I want to put you on this show so people know you exist, so you can blow up. Some of them real good. Man. There's some new guys out here, man. They got like 100 subs and stuff. But I'm telling you, there's some good content that's popping up. People starting out, man. Hey, I could do it. That's what's up. Let's go. Whether you agree with me or not, you got to put you in front of people. Hit me up. So people can see you and they can be like, man, I'm going to watch that guy or that gal or whatever. Hit me up, man. I'll watch it, man. I wish I could find it again. I was watching some dude video this morning. I subbed to his channel, so let me see. Y'all give me a second, because I'm gonna get a homie a shout out. I don't know him. He don't know me. He may know me. I'm sure he probably do, that I'm a YouTuber. But where do I find who I'm subbed to? Because I just subbed to him this morning. Oh, this sucks. Check your history. Okay, check my history. Library. How do you check your history? Hold on. Miami. The Dolphins. Oh no, that ain't. Well, yeah, here it is. Okay. Miami Dolphins Syndicate. Miami Dolphins Syndicate. Let me see if I can share the link for the homie channel. I like watching him because he was even keel. You can tell he shares a lot of my same opinions, but you can tell he's not trying to put passion behind it in a sense of driving it in people like I do, because I'm done. I'm trying to drive it in you two ain't the guy, because I'm sick of it. But he ain't coming from that standpoint. He ain't like trying to inflict his beliefs on anybody. He just giving you a raw, honest opinion. And I appreciate that. He giving Tua his props about what he does do well and everything. I'm going to put it in the comment section. He just started. He had to. He got like 100 subs, maybe less, something like that. So let me put it in the chat. So I'm gonna put this in the chat. I'm gonna paste it. Hopefully I can collab with the homie one day. Y'all click on it. Go subscribe and go to his video and go in the comment section and say TDPHINSTALK sent us here. He loves your He likes your content. Y'all tell him TD likes his content. I already wrote on it and told him this guy gets it. But go subscribe. Let him know if you like it, and let him know you have a new subscriber. TD FANSTALK sent me here. He likes your content. But yeah, hopefully y'all see it in the comment section. All right. But I just posted it, okay? Yeah, he up and coming, just brand new YouTuber. I never saw him until this morning. TD had man crush, bad Rafa. A man crush? I don't know what a man crush is. I think I know what it is, but nah, it ain't in my DNA to have a crush on any man. But if it's in yours, there ain't nothing wrong with that. That's your business. That's your business. I ain't saying that it's an issue, but that's your business. All right. Anywho, let's get into this stream. Hit the like button. I'm gonna give y'all like 2 minutes because I see some of y'all going over there doing that right now. 8-5 win-loss, 3,500 yards, 25 touchdowns, 8 interceptions, 106 passer rating. Y'all hating on that? Y'all don't even deserve a good quarterback if you dismiss that. Who's dismissing that? I'm just curious, by the way. Hey, UTP, man, are you willing to come up on the screen and have a conversation at some point? I'm just curious. Seems like you got a lot to say. Would you be willing to come on the stream and talk to me about those numbers? Just curious. Not this very minute, but just curious. UTP? Ooh, let's see if he respond. Don't let that be when you exit the building. TD, you gonna go ghost? He gonna go ghost. That's how. Maybe he different. Hey, mama girl, you are so blessed. Yes. Dang, he been in here heavy. Now all of a sudden, he can't respond. Bro, you ain't even got a cam up. You can just do the little avatar thing. I love to, but currently at work. Yeah, sure. When are you not working? At what time of the day do you typically have an opportunity where you wouldn't mind and you would actually do it? How about you tell us that? Just curious, I responded. Hey, yeah, you responded with an excuse, or a reason. We don't know which one yet. So respond to that one too. Because I ain't gonna let you run. I love when I get those kind of comments in the comment section because I like to talk to people who can articulate what they believe, and maybe you can change my thought process. I am an open-minded person. I'm off at 2 p.m. How about your evenings? What time are you free in the evening, like later evenings? What time are you free in the later evenings? Because 2 o'clock is around, I go pick up my boys from school, all that little stuff, But later in the evening, do you have free time? You only need about 30 minutes, have a little quick back and forth. And I'm curious. I love speaking to people like you and also showing that we can have a real good, intelligent conversation without fighting or, you know what I mean? Just, good talk. TD boxing. No, y'all don't make this more than it is. Don't make it more than it is. He's a person that has an opinion, and I'm a person that has an opinion, and we want to talk through each other's opinions and what we think about that. Just curious. Hey, y'all don't know. He may not be digging his own grave. He might get, you never know. He might be giving me some information. I'm like, man, I never thought about it that way. Today ain't a good day, but we can set something up another day. Just DM me on Instagram if you can, bro. Just DM me, bro. DM me. You ain't even got a cam up. Just DM me on Instagram. And say, hey, I'm UTP, and you told me to DM you about Tua stats and set up a time if you cool with that. All right, and I ain't call you scared, UTP. They gonna troll you now because you know they're gonna see it as you flaked out. All right, they're gonna see it as you flaked out. All right, but I don't look at it that way. Okay. Anyway, hit me up if you interested in having that conversation. I'm always open for it. Like when people come in here like that, I just want some of them to say, "Hey, drop the link. I think you're wrong. Drop the link. I think you're wrong. Drop the link." I don't want to talk to none of y'all that agree. We all going through the same thing. We all know what time it is. But those who disagree, I disagree. Drop the link. All right. Let's get into the stream, though. Enough of that, man. Enough of that. All right. Let's talk. So, Tua Tagovailoa, the narrative, passer rating, concussions, inconsistencies. Our Miami Dolphins media is nervous. I reached out to the people that I know within the organization of the Miami Dolphins. And I have spoken to 2 out of the 3 people. The person I didn't speak to doesn't matter anyway. They give me information on what they see on the field during practices, and that's irrelevant right now. So the other 2 are actually in the building. It is quiet on every front. Something is going on. They are keeping a lot of certain information close to the vest. It's like 0 dark 30 in that building. In regards to the way things typically operate, it is not the norm. And what was told to me is I have nothing concrete for you at this time other than I would not be surprised if something major actually happened. And I don't know if that means quarterback. I have no clue what that means, but they had nothing for me except one of them, and we'll talk about that with the concussions. So unfortunately, I don't have anything like from a, hey, this is what I'm hearing standpoint. Nothing concrete, but it could just mean that they're not doing anything or they're making sure whatever they're deciding does not get out. And again, I'm not going to sit here and speculate that has anything to do. Nah, it ain't no extending because that's nothing to sit there and be secretive about. But yeah, yeah, mama, you want to talk? You want to talk? Look at it, she wanted attention, y'all. Say hey. Say hey. Say hey. You just be talking, girl. You got the hiccups. But so JD the Great One, drop the link for him, TD. For who? For who? What are you talking about? I don't know who you talk about. Anyway, but yeah, so I ain't got nothing as far as anything, well, there's talks that I ain't got nothing. Nothing, literally. And these people are very reliable, and I don't have anything. They don't have anything right now. But we have to talk about the narrative. I think the media also has nothing, and they're being left in the dark, especially the people who are usually plugged in right now. And I think they're nervous. And for some reason, they are still trying to sell Tua Tagovailoa on the fan base. There are some narratives out here that they're making sure that they push. How many times in the last 30 days you done heard number one passer rating, number one passer rating? How many times have y'all gotten that thrown in y'all face? Number one passer rating, number one passer rating. How many times y'all got that thrown in y'all face? It's crazy. They are trying to hold on to the less than a handful of things to still sell him. And this is where it's sad being a Dolphins fan that anything you throw in somebody's face to try to talk positive of Tua, it's less than a handful. It used to be all he does is win. That got knocked out of the window. That got blown out of the water. Say what you want. All he does is win. And right when they start screaming that, 4 losses in a row. All these narratives have been dispelled. And now they're sitting here holding on to the only things they have. Number one passer rating. Then we got to talk about concussions. They're walking around here spreading a narrative that wasn't even a narrative. Doctors have confirmed Tua is not more prone to concussions. Nobody said he was more prone. But he keep getting them. Nobody ever said he was more prone. But he keep getting them. And he keep going in protocol longer than anybody. Tua's protocols are extended longer than anybody's. Don't give me all these articles about he's not more prone to concussions. If you understand concussions, once you rest enough and let it heal, we know nobody's more prone. But that doesn't change the fact that basic NFL hits, he gets them. Basic NFL hits, he gets them. Legal hits, y'all. Legal hits. Anybody can get a concussion, but it still don't change the fact that he may not be more prone than other people to get them, but he does get them more often than others. That's a fact. But what the doctors also said, they didn't say that they didn't actually say he's not more prone. They actually said, when you read the article, there's no data that would suggest that he is more prone, because they don't know if somebody's more prone or not. They don't have the science behind it to know if one person can be more prone than the other. There's no data or research that would suggest he's more prone than anybody else after he's healed. And that's just statistics. It's just like playing the lottery. If I play tonight and I don't hit, if I still got the same probability the next time I play. Tua can have 10 concussions in 1 year and he still won't be more prone than others to have them. That's just statistics. He's just catching bad luck. He has the same probability as everybody else to get number 11, but he catches bad luck. He gets them more than others. And they want to spin this narrative. Oh, great news from the doctors. Tua isn't more prone than others to get concussions. You ain't telling us nothing new. You're trying to justify them. That's why we're good to move on with them. No, that ain't a justification. He's still at risk for concussions just like everybody else, but he done already had 2 or 3. That's the point. And now they trying to frame it as a true lie and a false fact. They trying to frame it as a true lie and a false fact. What they're saying is true and what they're saying is a fact, but they know how they're framing it as a lie and it's false. And another thing that they don't know is the long-term damage it has already and will cause. They won't know that. You don't know that into the future. You can have concussions right now. The CTE ain't going to show up until 10, 15, 20 years down the road. That's how that works. And the doctors have already came out and said that. We don't know what impact that these have had on him long-term, for long-term. But as of right now, he's not more prone than anybody else to get another concussion. And that is correct. But that ain't this breaking news like, oh, Tua straight, y'all. He just like everybody else. Yeah, he just like everybody else. The problem is he get them more than everybody else, though. And remember, before all this concussion stuff, we gonna sit here and act like Tua wasn't injury prone before these. We gonna sit here and act like he wasn't injury prone before these. This ain't just about no concussions. This is about his ability to be on the field for his team. And they want to keep on trying to make it about concussions because a few doctors said he's not more prone. Don't want to hear it. So right now, the narrative out there is number 1 passer rating. How can you move on from a number 1 passer rating? And then the narrative is, oh, the concussions aren't an issue. Nobody is talking about the concussions. They're talking about his availability, period. Concussion, knee, ribs, ankle, toe, finger, wrist, shoulder, back, whatever ailment that he keeps having, 2 to 3 of them every year. Stop trying to change the narrative so that we can forget about what the real issue was. It was his durability, not just concussions. That's one piece of his durability. Next year, he may not get a single concussion, but God dog it, this hurt. Or that sidelined him for 4 games. That's what the conversation has always been with Tua. Can he stay healthy? It's just concussion. And he had some other injuries this year, too. The concussions are just guaranteed him being sidelined. Now, the last thing is, why is nobody being honest and talking about this? This is the piece that's killing me. Real Dolphin fans, where are you? This is the piece that I am mad that people are ignoring. We're going to sit here and act like he a consistent quarterback or something? For 2 years under Brian Flores, he was the most inconsistent quarterback there was. And now this year, in the breakout year, in the year where number 1 passer rating, 3,500 yards, 25 touchdowns, 8 interceptions, Was he not highly inconsistent? Where is that conversation? We want to ignore his inconsistencies. Too many quarterbacks in the league has had great times and bum times and great times and bum times. And all we want to do is focus on 3 games in a Baltimore Miracle. And that's all that matters. Why is nobody talking about the inconsistencies in his play? Why he can't consistently play at a high level? Why he can't give us some high-level play against great teams without turning the ball over? Beating up on the scrubs and looking like a scrub against the real deal teams. Why ain't nobody talking about that? And you think and people want to sit here and say we got our franchise quarterback? Are you kidding me? This man hasn't been consistent for 3 years. Number 1 passer rating. To a play down the competition. I know, right? It's crazy to me. Hey, mama girl. Is daddy cooking? Is daddy cooking? Is daddy cooking? Yeah, daddy cooking. Yeah, daddy cooking. You just is a talking. You trying to talk, ain't you? But I'm still looking for these people to keep it a buck. Why is nobody mentioning how inconsistent he is? The only thing that's been consistent about Tua is his injuries. I don't understand the delusion and how heavy it is out here. Tua's the guy, man. I promise you, man. Just trust it. Tua can be the guy. He's blah, blah, blah. What evidence do you have of that? 4 games, 3 games in the Baltimore Miracle? That's what tells you that? And you know what's funny about it? You know what's funny about it? They'll take a poop on a guy like Tom Brady. They'll take a poop on a guy like Aaron Rodgers. Oh, they weren't great this year. They'll take a poop on those guys. TD, you ever heard the term trust the process? Yeah, for 23 years now. Word is to a baby soft spot never went away. Oh, Lord, y'all need to stop. Y'all ain't right. But yeah, the term trust the process, I heard it for 23 years. You know when we were screaming it to the roof? When we hired Brian Flores. So I don't want to hear nothing about trust the process. Trust the process. Oh my gosh, man. You see what I'm talking about, y'all? You see what I'm talking about? Trust the process. We don't even know what their process is anymore. We about to revamp the defense, probably go with a whole different scheme than what the process was. You don't realize now we're in a new process. How many times do you trust the process before you recognize something wrong with the process? Just trust it, bro. Why? Do you hear yourself? No, real talk, Phantom. I'm gonna have a real conversation with you right now, bro. I hope you're not serious about this trust the process thing. I hope you're not. Oh, she's just having fun. I hope you're not, bro, because stuff like that hold people back in life. Unless it's your process that you believe in, you don't trust nobody else's process. You critique it, you analyze it, you criticize it, you break it down. Because if you start to analyze it yourself and you see flaws in the process, you're supposed to keep trusting it. So what if they never fire Adam Gase and we kept Adam Gase and he was still here right now and we ain't had a season over 5 wins for the last 4 years? Just trust the process. You see what I'm saying? Y'all need to stop throwing these little these little sayings out there just to say it. I ain't gonna lie, and I ain't coming at you, bro, but I gotta say this. That's that lazy stuff. That's that lazy stuff. Just throwing something out because, just going with the flow. But, I can't knock it because 90% of society goes with the flow. And you wonder why they mad at the 10% that's winning. %90 of society goes with the flow. And they always mad at the 10% that's winning. And the 10% like, keep going with your flow. You going with your flow is why I'm winning. You going with your flow is why I'm winning. Because if you stop going with the flow, it ain't 10% over here no more. It's 11. And if all y'all start going with the flow, it ain't 11% no more. It's 30. And the more come over here, the less I have. The less I could take advantage of. Trust me, bro. Stop going with the flow. Trust the process. We trusted Adam Gase' process. Where did that get us? Yeah, but you got to trust the next one anyway. Bro, I'm telling you, it's a bad mentality. Screw football in life. It's a bad mentality in life. Period. I'm convinced you are in love with a man. I'll pray for you, bro. Just trust the government film. UTP says Tua is better than Herbert. That's his opinion. Time will tell. You never know. Tua might start ripping the league up next year, and then you having that conversation for real. He might be consistent next year. I don't rule nothing out. But all I can go off of right now is what we have. See, people want you to blindly go with the flow instead of just calling it what it is right now. And if the circumstance and the data changes, you're supposed to change with it. That's maturity. I'm not convinced Herbert better than healthy Tua. Bro, I'm not going to knock your opinion on that. You're not convinced. I believe he is, but I say time will tell. Now, I know that Herbert has more intangibles. Herbert is a better athlete. Herbert has a better arm, but you still got to put it out there on the field. And the results are all that matters. So time will tell. Time will tell. And that's the piece that people, they ignore with me and they don't want to recognize because I'm a fair person. Right now, all I can do is go off of what I do have for Tua. But say Tua played the way he did versus the Lions, the Bears, and the Browns and Baltimore Miracle. Say he does that for 85% of the season next year. That's MVP level. Now we're having a real MVP conversation. Now this guy is starting to arrive. And he did it against some great competition and some good defenses that made it hard. That's possible. Based off of recent history, highly unlikely. But it's possible. Zach Wilson might tear it up next year somewhere and win a Super Bowl. Highly unlikely. But it's possible. Very possible. Tua 2-0 versus Lamar. Definitely don't need him. Oh man. These two narratives need to be put into perspective. And I just wish everybody could be fair. The problem with being fair is you would have to criticize Tua just a little bit more than you want to. What's up, Lou? I see you in here, Lou. How about that boy Travis Kelce, Lou? Anything can happen next season. I'm very looking for who we cut and who we bring in. I'm in TD 100. Yeah. Um. So let me ask y'all this: do y'all think that the 5th-year option gets picked up this off season, or a contract extension for Tua since Chris Greer has already verbally committed? Do you think the 5th-year option gets picked up? Greg said yes, no, yes. Knowing this organization, yes, no. Okay, maybe TD. So I gotta ask y'all this: say we do pick up a 5th-year option, or we give him an extension, which guarantees a few years, right? And he's and he's Zach Wilson next year. I'm not saying it's gonna happen, but I just want to know how, if he's Zach Wilson next year, what do we do as an organization? Hey, mama girl. What do we do if he is Zach Wilson next year? You can't move on. You just picked up the 5th-year option. You just gave him some guarantees. Yeah. Yeah. You just love being a part of the show, don't you? Talk to him then. Talk to him, mama. Talk to him. Say, hey. I keep chomping on these fingers. You ain't hungry. You just ate. Mama back for you. What do you do? No. Don't say that, Chris. Two ears can finally shut up. Why would they shut up? He's guaranteed now to be on the roster with the contract and guaranteed money. What do you do? Trust the process? What do you do? I'm just curious. You pick up the 5th-year option, or you give him an extension right now. What do you do? Riot as fans then cry. Ain't no Dolphin fan gonna riot. Make more excuses. That's the most solid answer I done seen so far. Scott Jackson. Make more excuses. See, this is my issue. If you do that, you have no out. Has Tua done anything to warrant this team committing to a point where they have no out? That's my issue here. Fifth year option is only one extra year, dummy. I know you ain't talking to me. I know you're not talking to me. And I'm not saying that because you said dummy. If you are talking to me, I don't have a problem with you saying dummy. It's just your statement. Fifth year's option is only one extra year. I ain't worrying about the dummy part. You don't sit here and tell me fifth year option is only one extra year. Do you not understand what that means? That means you just wasted the Tyreek Hill, the Teron Armstead, and a whole bunch of other guys the window to win. You just officially wasted the window to win. Because none of those guys we were going to keep longer than 3 years. Because go look at the way their contract's set up and Armstead getting old. I ain't worrying about the dummy insult. That's just you being a child. But to say it's only one extra year, when you go through last year, the year we just did, next year, the fourth year, and then that only one more extra years, that's 3 years of Tyreek, Armstead, and other guys. You just wasted a window with some of the best players in the NFL. And you think you just go out there and get the best players every time you want? You remember in the early 2000s, between 2000 and 2010, everybody, I want this, I want. We couldn't even bring a free agent in. Not into Ndamukong Suh, which we greatly overpaid. We couldn't even bring a free agent in. And we're still overpaying just to bring them in. Free agents don't want to play for this organization unless you're going to they know, free agents know you go to Miami to get the bag. Don't forget, that was the days we were living in. Don't act like we ain't still in those days. Do not act like we're not still living in those times. All free agents know you'll go to Miami to get the bag. You over Miami, they want you there bad because nobody want to go there to that organization, so they will overpay you. Gave Cedric Wilson $8 million freaking dollars to get 12 catches for 136 yards and no touchdowns. You could have kept Devontae Parker for $5 million. You right. He said $1 million a catch. Man. It's somewhere close to that. It's like $750,000 a catch. $750,000 a catch. Man, Cedric, every time Cedric Wilson caught the ball, he got $750,000. You can't make this stuff up. He made more than Tyreek, technically. Oh my gosh, I gotta do that math now. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. You can't make this stuff up. You cannot make this up. No, excuse me, I was wrong. $666,000 per catch. God dog. Oh my, you can't make this up. Catch the ball one time, you got $666,000. Man, 12 catches. 12 catches. And you paid the man $8 million. So freaking frustrating, man. You franchise tag Mike Gesicki for 32 catches and 362 yards. At least he had 5 touchdowns. I ain't even realized that. Mike Gesicki had 5 touchdowns. So I'm sorry. For whoever said that again, it's only one extra year. That's 2 years from now. That's 2 seasons from now where you waste all of this great talent. And now you ain't in no window. Now you're not in a window. You know why? Because now you got to pay Javon Holland. Christian Wilkins' new contract start kicking in. Guys like that. X ain't the same no more, and you ain't got Byron no more. X is pretty much on his way out the door or gone already. See, we don't think about the long term as Dolphin fans and the consequences. If we miss this 2-year window, let me tell y'all what you got to replace. And y'all just think you can snap your fingers and get the same level of talent. You think it's going to be easy to find another Xavier Howard in 2 years? I mean, his players decline, but we're talking about finding a Xavier, a prime Xavier Howard. Because that's the goal. That's the goal. You want to find a prime, someone just as good, if not better. You think we're going to find another Xavier Howard in the next 2 years? Possible. But not likely, because there's only 4 to 5 of them in the league every year. Let's keep it going. Byron ain't going to be here. Are we going to find a guy that can replace that? To be just as good, if not better? Now you want to say, oh, Kohu. You don't know what Kohu is. You done saw half a season of good play this year, but let's see the longevity of it. We done seen this before. Now, this is where it starts getting difficult and nobody want to have this conversation. It's already going to be hard enough to find X replacement. It's already going to be hard enough to find Byron replacement. But now let's compound it. What are the odds of finding both replacements that are just as good, if not better? Highly unlikely. Let's move on, shall we? You think you're going to be able to find Tyreek's replacement just as good, if not better? Almost impossible. Let's get that straight. Almost impossible. Now let's compound it. The odds of finding X, Byron, and Tyreek replacement. See, it ain't just one person. Just to be at the level that we are right now, which ain't even good enough, just to be at this level that we're at right now, it's going to be hard. And you want to blow the next 2 years? It's only an extra year. And you want to blow the next 2 years? What about Armstead? What are the odds of finding an elite left tackle? Now let's compound it. What are the odds of finding a Tyreek, an Armstead, an X, and a Byron? Let's add Ogbah onto that. What's the odds? Connor Williams, a free agent. Are you going to lock him in this offseason? Because what's the odds if you don't? And the sad part about it is 2 years from now, the money you were giving those guys, it's even harder to find them because you got to pay Waddle Tyree type money. Potentially, or close. You got to pay Christian Wilkins more than the Ogbah money. So guys that's already here, you got to give them the money, and you're going to lose the other guys and have no money for them. The only reason you got those other guys now because guys like Waddle, Holland, Wilkins are making pennies. But now they're going to be replacing those other guys' contracts in 2 years. And we don't have a draft pick this year that's really going to get it done. So what are the only way that you can keep up is in the draft. Now, what are the odds in the next 2 years that you hit on all these positions in the draft? 2 elite corners, an elite left tackle, an elite wide receiver, an elite center, an elite defensive end, because you got to replace Ogbah. What are the odds in 2 years that you can hit on 6 elite players? What are the chances? Because the only way you can keep up with this trajectory is if, just like the rookies now on the rookie deals, when they get their money, you need more rookies to replace them to keep this thing going. But that's too many. It's too many you need. Why? Because you overpaid so many to begin with. X overpaid. Byron ain't even playing, so he considered overpaid now. Ogbah was overpaid. Tyreek was overpaid. Armstead to play 75% of the season. And you're going to overpay the players that you drafted because that's the premium for drafting them. So I'm sorry. Knowing that you don't have no real draft capital this year, and next year is the only last year that you're going to have to really replace them, because you can't go off of a rookie in 2025 and think that. So between this year and next year, you need to replace 6 elite players. Y'all think that's going to happen? Y'all think that's going to happen? With 1 first round pick in that time frame, 2 second rounders, and late picks after that? And this is all with the same tool. This is all with the same tool. This is all with the same tool. And you ain't going to get a great draft pick because this team will, for the next 2 years, always be good enough to win 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 games. Somewhere in that range. And this is all with Tua. Banking your window on Tua. And if it don't work, look at the purgatory we'll be in. You do realize it will officially be a new rebuild. It won't be, now we need to go find a free agent quarterback. No, because our best players, they're getting old. They're still under contract. Even if we brought in an elite quarterback now in free agency or a trade, the guys around them now aren't the same. X ain't the same. Armstead ain't the same 3 years from now. Tyreek might even start breaking down and getting knick-knack injuries because he's getting up there in age. That'll be around his, 11th or 12th season? So if it don't work in the next 2 years with Tua, we are highly screwed. Going to get a franchise quarterback with a whole bunch of expiring guys that got contracts. We out here missing a window, y'all. And if it don't work, there you have it. It's a rebuild again. It's a rebuild again. In 2025, they'll be talking about putting assets together to move up in the draft, drafting a quarterback, and that quarterback will come in with a Christian Wilkins, a Jalen Waddle, and a Javon Holland, and Jalen Phillips as the staple of the team. And we'll be trying to build around that. We'll be trying to build around that. And some people are willing to take that risk of Tua working out in this circumstance. This team will do a rebuild with Tua. That might be the case too. That might be the case as well. Should have kept Flo and got Watson. Maybe. Flo might get the Arizona job if Sean Payton doesn't decide to go there. If Sean Payton don't go to Arizona, Flores will probably be the Arizona Cardinals' next head coach. He'll have Kyler Murray and try to work on that defense. And that'll be interesting what they do. Tua's 5th-year option is worth $22 million. Yeah. Yep. Crazy thing is, people be like, but the salary cap going up. He's going to get a $14 million increase. Salary cap usually go up $10 million a year on average. He'll get a $14 million increase on a 5th-year option. The Dolphins should have thought this process out before firing Flores. Pride, bro. They were never going to think it out. They were going to fire him and then figure it out. Why are they so invested in him? It's simple. You have to be invested in him because you fire Flores for him. I mean, come on, man. These higher up, man. These higher ups. You think they want to admit they were wrong? Think they want to admit they were wrong? Bro, they going to ride Tua to the end. And it's going to be their end. Or maybe not. Because once again, Chris Greer know where the body's buried. What if Chris Greer could formally corroborate everything Brian Flores suing them over? What if he can corroborate it? Then he ain't getting fired no time soon. It's crazy, man. What up, Damien? Salute, homie. Wait, you think Flores was a good coach? I think Flores was an amazing coach. If you disagree, that's your opinion. We could talk about that too, UTP. I love to hear why he ain't a great coach. I love to hear that. Yeah, amazing, T Rich. Like I said, please tell me why he wasn't. That's what's the funny part. Tell me why he wouldn't. Cause Tua? Tell me why he wasn't. Flores was a good defensive coach. Didn't know how to run the offense. Yeah, he did. Flores did just fine in the offense. That offense did just fine to not have a Teron Armstead, a Connor Williams, a Tyreek Hill. That offense did just fine not to have all of that. Because everybody I just named are clearly making the difference in Miami this year for the quarterback. Flores had a quarterback that cannot make plays with the receivers he had. Underthrowing deep balls all day. Missing reads all day. Receivers are not wide open like they were now. But y'all want to say, no, Tua was just better under Mike McDaniel. Did Tua have wide open receivers with Flores like he did Mike McDaniel? And don't tell me that it has something to do with scheme, because that means we don't need Tyreek Hill then. Truth be told, we're running some of the same plays, adding motion to it. He couldn't keep a good hire. What good hire he couldn't keep? What good hire he couldn't keep? Because there's so many lies and falsehoods out here. What good hire Flores couldn't keep? Oh, I don't see no names. He couldn't get a good hire. Who said that? There were some good coaches on that staff. So let me ask y'all a question. Did Mike McDaniel get a good hire? Watch this. That's a trick question, by the way. Did Mike McDaniel get good hires? Because I know most of you are going to automatically say, yeah. Now start naming them and tell me what position they coaching. Let's do it. Let's do it. Name the good hire Mike McDaniel got and put the position they coach next to it. Make sure you know what you're talking about. Name the good hire in the position. Wes Welker? You think Wes Welker improved Tyreek Hill? You think Wes Welker improved Waddle? No, Wes Welker ain't going to improve no dogs. You look at a wide receiver coach. See, now you done got me up. You look at a wide receiver coach to improve the bums. Name me a wide receiver on this roster that improved, not named Tyreek or Waddle. And matter of fact, all of them had some of their lowest offensive production in their career. Wes Welker. Get out of here. All right, let's keep going. Wes Welker out of there. Wes Welker is out of there. Who's next? Bevel, QB coach. What did Bevel do? Tua doing the same thing he been doing, but now he got wide open receivers. Y'all really think this man improved? Receivers with 10-yard separation all day. Come on, man. Bevel, QB coach, assistant, Sam Madison, DB coach. I can't say nothing about the secondary because it's no different from Flores. Flores had a secondary staff as well. And I'm not talking about X and Myron. Look at what he was able to do with guys like Nick Needham. So please, I'm still looking. Let's see. Craig Kraft and Eazy-E, I told y'all I ain't playing by no. Stop talking to me about wide receivers. Why Eazy-E can't get on the field this year? Why Craig Kraft wouldn't activate it until late in the season? Stop pulling them out yourself. Stop it. So the funny thing about all of this is everybody commented in the comment section and you only named two coaches, wide receiver and quarterback. And like I said, wide receiver, stop. Nobody broke out. Nobody did nothing special outside of Tyreek and Waddle, and ain't nobody made them better. And quarterback coach, even if I give you quarterback coach, we're talking about a 10-man staff. T-Rich, get out of here. Don't you ever do that again in your life. Talking about O-line. Don't you ever do that in your life. We didn't develop no O-line. Name one person that was developed on the O-line. We paid for an O-line. Same thing we did for Mike McDaniel. Paid for talent. I don't see nobody on that field got coached up other than Kohu. Talk about O-line coach. How did that O-line look when Teron Armstead was out the game most of the season? Jackson got worse. Eichenberg got worse. Hunt making more mistakes with penalties than he ever has before. And truth be told, thank you for saying that. I can give the secondary coach credit for Kohu, but I'm sorry, at a minimum, at least Wes Welker didn't let Tyreek or Waddle fall off. But whoever the secondary coach is for Surtain and Madison, how you living with X falling off like that? His star actually fell off. Oh, but he made the Pro Bowl. Even Dolphin fans were shocked about that. Even Dolphin fans was like, what? The O-line did its best with all the injuries. Under Flores, they did their best with all the injuries. That ain't saying much. When the injuries hit us with Tua and Armstead, We had the lowest ranked offensive line in the entire NFL, except in the San Francisco game. And Tua was there then. It was just Armstead out. But go look at the Jets early in the season. Go look at the Minnesota Vikings game. Worst rated O-line in the NFL. And we talk about a rating standpoint that's factoring in what was the quarterback's fault and what wasn't. Worst in the NFL. So again, other than your quarterback coach, because Tua had the highest passer rating, and I'm just giving y'all that. I don't even want to debate with y'all because it's just delusional to me, but it's fine. You can have the quarterback coach, but tell me who on this staff did something this year. Outside of quarterback coach, I'm giving it to you. Tell me who on this staff did something. Miss me with that crap. It's all freaking narrative. Most of these guys regressed this year. When Ogba was healthy, he was playing like trash. Even the D-line. Christian Wilkins was a beast last year. Zeeler he was still good this year, but he regressed. Jalen Phillips regressed. Can't make this up. So any other coaches y'all got for me? So whoever the special teams coach regressed. That might have been a leftover though. Think we kept him. Under Mike McDaniel, almost every unit regressed outside of where you spent money. And that is a fact, with the exception of Kohu, who played well. But on this whole roster, almost every unit regressed with the exception of whoever you spent the money on. And that is a fact. Running backs, we had like 3 or 4 good running games the whole season. Jeff Wilson comes in his first game, makes a few good runs for like 60 yards. Oh, we got our new running back. 3 weeks later, man, they need to run Mostert more. Oh, look at Mostert going on Buffalo. Stop. Don't get me started with whoever the don't get me started with whoever the tight end coach is. I don't forget. I've intentionally tried to forget some of these coaches. Flores couldn't bring in the staff. You tell me who on this staff here in Miami and what the heck they doing. Y'all need to stop. Look at this, man. Raheem Mostert had 2 games over 100 yards. And you take away them 100-yard games, them 2 games, he ain't had a single game over 80 yards other than those 2. Ain't had a single game over 100 yards other than those 2. Ain't had a single game over 80 yards other than those 2. Hey, man, I really appreciate. What's up, homie? Appreciate the love. Would love to collab. Just hit me up on IG, bro. Let's set something up. I listened to your video, bro. I thought you were very fair. because I'm over to her. I'm like completely done. But I thought you were very fair, pointing out his positives, also the negatives, and keeping it right down the middle, telling what you believe. I'm a little more extreme of he just ain't it, period. But I really enjoyed your video, bro. Keep doing what you're doing, man, and hopefully we can collab, get you in front of more people so they know who you are, bro, because that's good content. Appreciate you coming through, man. Hold on, y'all. Don't worry. I'm pulling it up. Jeff Wilson ain't going to escape either. Same thing. 2 games over 100 yards. I told you, man. Jeff Wilson had 2 games over 100 yards. And the same thing. Well, he had an 84-yarder. Outside of that, nothing over 80 yards. Nothing over 75. Thank you, Shake Money. Listen, TD, we improved from 9-8 to 9-8 now. That's progress. And guess what? We added Tyreek Hill, Teron Armstead, Connor Williams to this roster. Melvin Ingram, Bradley Chubb to this roster. The brand new shiny coaching staff to this roster. And we couldn't make a 1-game improvement. We couldn't make a 1-game improvement. We couldn't make a 1-game improvement. Let that sink in. Please let that sink in. If Brian Flores had all that talent, I don't know. It might have been worse. It might have been better. I don't know, but I can only imagine. Imagine Brian Flores having Tyreek Hill to bail 2 out on those raggedy deep balls he was throwing with Flores. But TD, this season is a success because we made the playoffs. Due to a weak AFC this year, we looked up and made the playoffs. Denver, Tennessee, Raiders are primary reason why we made the playoffs because of their failures. Flores won more games with a 10-win season and they make the playoffs. So let's be clear. Making the playoffs had nothing to do with a new coaching staff and all of that crap. It was simply the circumstance in the AFC at the time. No, I know you were playing, Ronnie, but some people actually believe that. And that's why you said it, because that's what some people would say. Bro, nothing makes you happy. We at least made the playoffs. That ain't had nothing to do with the coaching and stuff. Same wins. But that's my biggest argument. This notion, see, everything about Brian Flores honestly was dispelled this year. You had more talent. I mean, let's be honest. Well, if Tua wouldn't have got hurt, was Tua available for all the games with Flores? No. Got my paper here. Hold on. Last year, Tua missed 4 games with Flores. 4.5, actually. This year, Tua missed 4.5. Same difference. Same difference. Every narrative about Flores was literally dispelled this year. Same record with way more talent. Flores couldn't find a coaching staff that could develop talent. I keep asking y'all, what talent was developed this year? What talent was developed this year? And you know what? This whole quarterback one, I ain't even gonna give y'all that. You know why? Because y'all sat here for 3 years and told everybody Tua already had this talent. So why I'm supposed to sit here and act like it was developed? No, he just got put in a better circumstance so he could show it. But that ain't development. Or did he develop better than he was in the past? Now he's better than he was when he was at Alabama now. No, he's not. Tua still ain't the Alabama version of himself. Tua is still not the Alabama version of himself. And y'all know that's a fact. Even y'all Tuaneers should be able to admit Tua still ain't the Alabama version of himself. Even with the #1 passer rating. Tua ain't never give you San Francisco at Alabama. He never gave you Chargers at Alabama. He ain't give you Green Bay at Alabama. So we want to see him make it seem like he was developed this year. Y'all been telling me for 2-3 years he already had it. He just needed a better system and more protection. So last time I'm gonna ask this. It's the last time I'm gonna ask this. And y'all tell me, outside of Cater Kohu, which hey, you always find some gem, who was developed on this roster this year? What player was developed on this roster this year? Coaches ain't gonna get no credit for somebody who was already a star. Who was developed on this roster this year? Who went to a whole new level this year on this roster? Because I'm about to name you everybody who actually declined this year. Connor Williams wasn't no develop. Same guard that can block well and still can't snap a ball properly. You act like he wasn't still high snapping it. Only thing he developed in was penalties, and that's why they put him at center. They put him at center because now we ain't got to worry about false starts because you initiate the play. Like I said, ain't nobody developed. Trill Williams was already a raw talent, and everybody knew it. He ain't developed. He was already a raw talent. Already had the intangibles. And on top of that, that's not act like that ain't Josh Boyer. Do y'all even know what Josh Boyer's specialty is? Do y'all know what Josh Boyer's specialty is? Just curious. Do y'all know what Josh Boyer's specialty was? Let me see. Let me see if anybody, I mean, you should know. No, well, yeah, you got it right. Jermel. DBs. Who hired Josh Boyer in Miami? Who hired Josh Boyer in Miami? Who hired Josh Boyer in Miami? Thank you. So I ain't even finna sit here and give Mike McDaniel new coaching staff credit for Kohu either. Nor Trill. They ain't developed a single person on this roster with the exception of arguably Tua. And I just think they put him in a system that'll hide his flaws and let him do what he's strong at. Y'all can tell Isaiah came in late. He missed the whole conversation earlier. He said, "You said you change with data. Here's the data. Number one passer rating. Told y'all. Number one pass touchdown attempts. He attempted more touchdowns. His touchdown attempt ratio. Is that what we dig into now? Number one yards per attempt. Number one yards per completion. Number one deep ball completion percentage. Number two passing offense. Number two QB EPA. Number 8 PFF graded quarterback. Developed. Hey, Isaiah Mullins, do me a favor. What do you think about Ryan Tannehill? What do you think about Ryan Tannehill? And I want you to answer, Isaiah, because then I want you to go look up 2 or 3 years ago. I think it's 3 years now. Go look up Ryan Tannehill in every single one of these categories. Go look up Ryan Tannehill in every single one of these categories. Then I want you to go to, gosh, what year was it? Maybe 2016. And I want you to look up Jared Goff in every single one of these categories. And above all, the only data that matters, Isaiah, where did this get him? Where did this get his team? Where did this get Tua and his team, Isaiah? That's data 2. Did he disappear? Did Isaiah disappear? Where did it get him and his team? Because I sat here for 2 years and heard the only reason Herbert doing what he doing because he got weapons in an O-line. The only reason Burrow doing what he doing because he got weapons in an O-line. I heard that for 2 years straight. Now that Tua got weapons in an O-line, we not allowed to use. That's why he doing it. See, I judge quarterbacks on how they do when things get rough. How does Burrow do when things get rough in the course of a season? When he loses number one receiver, when that O-line get banged up and go down, how does he do? When he's in a Flores-Tua situation. How did Herbert do in the regular season in a Flores-Tua situation? When his O-line went down, when his defense was way worse, when he lost multiple receivers, how did he do? And how did Tua do in those situations? Everybody's going to look good when they got everything around them. Well, let me be fair. 95% of the league is going to look good when they got everything around them. But you judge quarterbacks off of when everything aren't around them, and there's different levels to them. Will their numbers decrease? Absolutely. But Tua's falls off the map. Herbert still maintains a high level of play. Burrow still maintains a high level of play. That's the data that matters. And it's the largest part of data that matters. How do you perform when the rough gets rough? When you play a top defense? When you play a great team? Now, why don't you go tell everybody what Tua's passer rating and all those stats were versus the San Francisco 49ers versus the Chargers versus Green Bay versus the Steelers and versus the first Patriots game. Take those 5 games and go tell me what it is. Dead last in the NFL. Now go take Herbert's worst 5 games. Go take Burrow's worst 5 games. Go take any quarterback in the NFL's worst 5 games in the season. None of them will have a combined score worse than Tua for QBR. Go take the 5 worst games. And I'm going to tell you now, Baltimore game is the only reason they're able to even talk like this. Y'all got to understand, one game is the only reason that they're able to keep on spewing this nonsense. Number 1 passer rating. The Baltimore game is the only reason. The numbers he put up in the Baltimore game erases the 49ers and Chargers game. And no matter how bad it was, it nullifies it. It puts all of them back even. So I'm sorry. I have the data. And the data tells me, look where the number 1 passer rating got him. A 3rd string quarterback having to push us in the playoffs. A number 1 passer rating couldn't even make the Pro Bowl. You know why? And that was with the most fan votes by far. He almost doubled the runner-up. Couldn't make the Pro Bowl. You know why? Because I ain't the only one that feel this way. I'm not the only one that believes this. All the players believe it. All the coaches believe it. The writers, whoever the voters are. They know it too. Y'all just being delusional. The real professionals, the one who practice the game, the ones who play the game, the ones who are around the game the most, the players and the coaches, after having the most fan votes, you don't even make the Pro Bowl, and it was already decided almost before you went on your bum run. I ain't the only one believe this. That should have told you something. The real professionals believe that he ain't what y'all trying to make him to be. The coaches, everybody knows. Like, I mean, do y'all realize how many votes he didn't get? When you lead the fan voting, which means you get the most points from the fan, you get all the points from the fan voting. Do you know how many votes you didn't get from the coaches and the players for you not to make it? No, Tua ain't make the Pro Bowl. He hoping to get in as an alternate. And that's looking grim. Who were the Pro Bowl candidates? I don't even know who got in. I just know he didn't. Who were the Pro Bowl candidates for the AFC? It's a popularity contest. It ain't that crazy. The most popular person lost. Ain't that crazy? Ain't that crazy? Mahomes, Burrow, Allen, then Tua. So they named 3 quarterbacks in the AFC to the So it's 3 now. It might have always been. So we know Allen gonna be there. So yeah, he hoping to get in as a 3rd alternate. He's hoping to get in as a 3rd alternate. First of all, let me say this. I don't even want Tua to get in as an alternate. Not because I don't want him to make the Pro Bowl. But first of all, that'll be a bad look. Going through all this concussion protocol and the doc saying as long as he rests in the offseason, he'll be just as less prone as everybody else. It's a bad look. And number two, I don't want him to go to the Pro Bowl because they changed it this year. They changed the Pro Bowl. They now doing the skills challenge. And I don't want this man to embarrass himself in those skills challenge.
Let's go, Oof.
Oh.
Yes.
No.
We just gotta hit something.
There it is.
You might well hit me.
All right, I'm gonna go for the deep one.
Yeah, you might well hit me for the deep one.
Oh!
Wait, that
definitely counted.
counts.
That definitely counted.
Yeah, that was 50.
And you wonder why Waddle been limping all year. And you wonder why Waddle been limping all year. Now that was me trolling. But anyway, man, I don't want to see this man in no skills challenge. That might get ugly. It might be embarrassing. It might be embarrassing. Play the other one, TD. Nah, I ain't gonna do it. I ain't gonna do it, bro. I ain't gonna do it. I don't want to do that to the man. It is what it is, man. Talk about Pro Bowl. Is that your man? Yeah, they copyright me for that one. TD live streaming the game Sunday? Absolutely. You think I'm gonna miss them games? Bro, let me tell you something. Or sis, I don't know, Swartzy. Listen, ain't nothing like some good football, like a good game. And don't get me wrong, it's Dolphins over anything. I want to watch the Dolphins game over anything, but good football is good football. If you can get great teams playing against each other, that's the one thing I can tell you. I love me some playoff football. I love playoff football, especially when it get done right. You know, underdog, keep making it further. It's okay, but when it's done right, like this year, the 4 best teams are in it. I told y'all when the season started, Chiefs Bengals is who probably the top teams. I told y'all that. Matter of fact, let me stop lying. I said Bengals Chiefs. My pecking order was Bengals Chiefs, Buffalo. I had Denver up there. I was tripping. Anyway, but my top 2 was on point. I told you Bengals Chiefs. In the NFC, I told y'all Eagles. I had San Francisco 4th. But I had the Eagles. I had the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I forgot who I had at 3, but I know I had because I just saw my thing yesterday. I had San Francisco 4th though. So I was a little off on that, but still close. But again, you can tell in the offseason who geared. The Chiefs went to a Super Bowl and had all that money. They went to the Super Bowl and had all that money. Their only flaw, they needed 2 offensive linemen, and they went and got 4. I knew the Eagles was going to be good because I saw how loaded they got in preseason. And when we played them, I was trying to tell y'all, we played at like their starting unit that day was the 3rd string. Guys, some of them didn't even make the team. When we played them on that day, when Tua came out there and was, okay, it was the 3rd string. And I kept telling y'all, bro, the Eagles are the real deal. They were playing their 3rd and 4th stringers. Then after that game, when they made the trade for the corners, I said, man, they loaded. They trying to do what they did that year they won a Super Bowl with Jay Ajayi. Now look at them. It's funny how y'all was doing in the preseason. Oh, look at what we did to the Eagles. Oh, look at what we did to the Eagles. Boy, we finna go to the Super Bowl, boy. Oh, look what we did to the Eagles. Look what we did to the Eagles, man. We going to the Super Bowl. Eagles trash. God dog. Zach said, Tua trash. I don't care what y'all people say. I'll take Brady all day long because I know we will win us a Super Bowl with his talent for sure. Man, tough. You know what's another thing that's crazy? There are people out here that truly believe the only reason the fan base is divided is because of me. Like y'all ain't grown people that have your own opinions. The insults. You're the reason the fan base is divided. People can't make their own mind up. They can't listen to what I say and say, I actually agree with them. I was at the practice with you, TD. Tyreek was torching Slay. Yeah. Where he at now? She knocked out. All right, love you, babe. TD, you keep doing what you're doing, brother. Hey, that's all I can do because I can do me better than anybody else. So why wouldn't I? I appreciate you, man. I got Eagles winning, man. It's tough. I do too right now, but I'm something about Cincinnati. I ain't gonna lie. Maybe the old O-line catch up to them with the injuries. But if that O-line was healthy, I would actually still ride with Cincy. But their O-line is and I think somebody made a good point today. That O-line is depleted, and they were more fortunate to be playing in the snow because guys on the defense can't tee off the way they want with that burst. You know, when you're playing in snow, it's a lot of flat-footed to make sure that you're getting your steps. Like receivers jog in snow. They ain't burning. They are jogging, like making it. They don't want to make quick, sudden moves, not in snow. So it's a different feel to the game, and that gave their O-line not an advantage, but it definitely slows down a pass rush. So that ain't gonna be the case in Kansas City. So let's see if they can get to them. It ain't gonna be the case in Arizona in the Super Bowl. So see if, but we'll see. Yes. Okay, thank you. Zach with the donation said, I got to keep it 100 with y'all. Besides Liam, this O-line is good enough to get the job done. Yeah. Even with Liam, it's good enough to get the job done. But if we don't get the job done because of our quarterback, we want to go back and make it seem like it's because of the O-line. That's part of the issue. This O-line we have right now is good enough to get the job done. Y'all got to understand, wanting a left guard and a right tackle is only because you got Tua. Burrow would be just fine with this line. I responded. When y'all gonna start keeping it 1 billion, 100 billion? Yeah. This O-line was the best in years. Tua still couldn't stay healthy behind it, and still inconsistent behind it. Y'all ignore the facts. Do you realize when Tua, like under Flores, right? I'm confused. I ain't gonna lie, I am confused. It's like night and day. Let me tell you the difference between the Flores offense and the McDaniel offense. We know McDaniel's offense produces more, but he also has more weapons and better protection, right? But watch this. Under Flores, when Tua was kept clean and had time to throw the ball, and the receivers had separation, he was actually worse than he was under pressure. He was actually good under pressure with Flores. When he was under pressure and the line didn't give him time and there was no, you see what I mean? He was actually better. And also under Flores as well, when he did have time and there was a running game, those were his worst games. Tua's worst games were when he had time to throw, when the running game was present. And it's weird, right? Now under McDaniel, and he couldn't hit the intermediate even if it was wide open under Flores. Now and he was phenomenal in the dink and dunk. Now it's the complete opposite. He's trash in the dink and dunk. The stats will tell you he is poor. He is a poor quarterback in 0 to 9 yards. It's a fact. Go look it up. When he's under pressure now, he's bad. When he's kept clean and things like that, he's good because he's floating that ball up to Tyreek now. Night and day. Total opposite. Night and day, total opposite. And I just don't understand that. Show y'all something else. All right. Show y'all something. Come on, computer. All right. Load it. Oh my gosh, it ain't gonna load for me. This is aggravating. I really wanted y'all to see it. Oh man, my bad, y'all. I gave y'all the wrong stats earlier. Jeff Wilson only had He only had one game with over 100 yards with us. I was wrong. He only had one, not two, because he didn't even play for us. I keep forgetting he was traded in the middle of the season. In week 9, he started with us. So he had one game with 119 yards. After that, he never had a game over 51 yards. And he played 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 games. 9 games total. In that game where he had 119 yards was the Cleveland Browns game. Even scored a touchdown. Running game was going and all. Dang, it's not going to come up for me. It is what it is. I'll try to get it later and then show it to y'all later. Flores had Tua scared. McDaniel is apologetic to Tua. Yeah, so what does Mike McDaniel do when Tua's playing like he's playing in San Francisco? What does Mike McDaniel do when his quarterback plays like San Francisco? What does he do to get him back on track? Because he didn't. Right after that, you had the Green Bay. Your quarterback done had 2 games like that. What do you do to get him on track? Will he play better versus Buffalo? That's a matter of opinion. Everybody think he played better because he threw one crosser, wide open crosser that went for 90, 80 yards, 70 yards or whatever, and one touchdown the heel over the top, wide open because he beat his guy. Simple throws, but you put those, that's 2 touchdowns and 100 yards right there on 2 plays. When for the most part, Tua had horrible ball placement that whole day. And I don't know why people don't see that. All I heard, Tua played very well versus Buffalo. No, you're getting caught up in those 2 touchdowns you saw him throw. That's it. Instead of evaluating the entire game. Thank you. The man had a PFF grade of 49.5. Y'all think that's just shot out the sky because it's PFF hating? I just don't get it. Why can't people be objective? You can go watch the Buffalo film. Literally. Oh my gosh. I don't know what is wrong with my computer, why it is acting like this. In that same game, he had a 56.7 completion percentage. Let me see. Hold on. 56.7. That was his 3rd lowest all season. And people think he had a good game. I'm still trying to understand this Buffalo game. He had 2 touchdowns and 0 interceptions. And that's why. This is another reason why this whole passer rating don't take nothing into consideration other than touchdowns versus interceptions. It's that simple. It's very basic. Very basic. Let me pull it up. Passer rating formula. Passing attempts, completions, yards, touchdowns, and interceptions. That's it. Passing attempts, completions, yards, touchdowns, and interceptions. That is it. The basic general stats. That's it. No context behind nothing. You could throw a pass directly into a defender's arm and he bobbles it and your receiver catch it and go for a touchdown. Don't matter. That's a plus for you. You just threw a touchdown. Passer rating. But PFF going to give you credit for that touchdown, but they also going to add a turnover-worthy play. And the factor isn't going to be as large because of the circumstance. Passer rating. And in that game, they had him a 104 passer rating. 104 passer rating, y'all. And it's simply because the biggest weight in passer rating is interceptions. As long as you don't turn the ball over, you're going to have a high passer rating. But PFF around here, literally in that game, got him a 49, and the man had his 3rd worst completion percentage of the season at 56.7. What 2 games were worse? The Chargers 35.7 and the 49ers 54.7. Those were the only 2 games worse with a completion percentage. The 4th game with a low completion percentage, 57.1 versus the Bengals. And I told y'all he was trash in that game too. 0 touchdowns, 1 interception. And this is proof right here. Passer rating of 52. And in the Bills game, he put up 234 yards. And this is what I'm talking about. His 2 touchdowns was 100 yards in itself. Outside of those 2 plays, he threw for about a 134. With the exception of those 2 plays, he threw for about 134 for the rest of the game with a bad completion percentage. And people will keep on saying he bounced back versus Buffalo. He bounced back versus Buffalo. He bounced back versus Buffalo. San Francisco was his only bad game. They are the number 1 D. See, it's stuff like that. San Francisco wasn't his only bad game. He had 2 touchdowns in that game too. Chargers was his worst game of the season. He had a 35.7% completion. He completed 1 out of every 3 passes. He only had 145 yards in the game. 1 touchdown. '49ers was his only bad game. This is what I be talking about. The Chargers game, he was worse than the 49ers game. How could somebody literally bring that out of their mouth? And this is what we're contending with, Dolphin fans. This is what's standing in the way from us being great. Because it makes you think when you all sold in on Tua, it might be people in the front office that believe that too. It might be people in the front office that think the 49ers game was his only bad game. How could you say something like that out your mouth when the Chargers, this man, 35.7% completion, 145 yards. Y'all had the nerve to talk about Skyler versus the Jets? Skyler wasn't 35.7% completion. He wasn't 145 yards. Thank you. This man had 25 yards at halftime. Lord Jesus, you can't make this up. He was like 3 for what, 19 or something like that? He was doing bad versus Cincinnati too before he got knocked out. Yeah, and people are like, no, Tua was fine in that game. What are you talking about? He was 57% completion in the Bengals, 0 touchdowns, 1 interception. He threw that 1 pick, and then he almost threw 2 more that were dropped. He threw 2 more deep balls that were dropped interceptions. And then he got hurt. No, Tua would have beat the Bengals if he would have been able to play the whole game. Man, y'all need to stop this foolishness. Somebody says, so y'all gonna ignore the drops and the wide receivers losing the balls and the lights in the Chargers game? Ain't nobody ignoring that, Isaiah. It's just it didn't happen. It didn't happen. These mysterious drops didn't happen. It was terrible ball placement. The man got credited for, listen, see, that's what PFF is for. That's what PFF is for. It tells you all of that data. It tells you who was at fault. That's what it means. Because I remember that game. There was only one drop that wasn't to a fault. All the rest of them, terrible ball placement. Let me share my screen. TD looks disgusted. Nah, it's just, man, it's sad, bro. Like, people try to hold on to dear life, man. What y'all got to realize is that Brady in Miami right now, knowing he just got off the phone with Ross, he coming, baby. He just got his crib too. Yeah, I know he did get a crib in Miami over the weekend, but the rest of it is all speculation, man. I don't know if he talking to the Dolphins, but he did purchase a crib in Miami closer to his kids because they down in Miami living. They down in South Florida. So he did just purchase a home down there. So that is, I don't know about him coming, though. We'll see. Maybe we all going to be shocked. Maybe they keeping it quiet. We'll see. All right, so the Chargers game, week 14, right here. Right there. Let's go to the Chargers game, which is right here. Has come across to drops. One drop. One drop in that game versus the Chargers that was credited to the receivers. One drop credited to the receivers. Just one out of them 6 that y'all thought it was. One. Let's look at the key. Where did you go? Here you go. You see what DRP stands for on here? It's right here. Let me highlight it. Drops. On target passes dropped by the receiver. There was only one. You know why? PFF says that one wasn't on target. That one wasn't on target. That one wasn't on target. Yeah, maybe he should have caught that one, but it wasn't on target. That one wasn't on target. Oh, that one was on target. There go to one. That one wasn't on target. This is why I love PFF, baby. Dropped on target passes dropped by the receiver. See, all those things got to constitute in order for it to be a drop. It got to be an on target pass to consider it a drop. If it ain't on target and it's too high, too low, behind them, no, that don't count as a drop. That's terrible ball placement, as I continue to tell y'all. Terrible ball placement. Chargers defensive scheme exposed Tua. And exactly. And there were still opportunities, but it showed you he's locked in on Tyreek and Waddle trying to force feed them because he's not processing the field. What is considered on target? A ball thrown in the frame of the receiver or led that's not too high, that's not too low, that's not behind them. On target. On target passes. What is considered on target? Come on, man. Coaches go by PFF. Fans use QBR. Exactly. Why do you think when you watch these playoff games on Sunday, at the beginning of the game, when the offense and the defense for the first time comes on the field, why do you think the NFL uses PFF at the bottom for the rankings? Why do you think the NFL subscribes to PFF just like the coaches? At the bottom of the screen, when these players saying, I'm TD from Bethune-Cookman, under that is going to have 68 out of 68 dead last in the NFL. But that's why the NFL uses it. They don't sit there and say for the quarterbacks, oh, passer rating, highest passer rating at the bottom. Passer rating is a simplistic stat that does not tell the picture. It does not tell the full picture. Talk about it all, good and bad. All I'm saying. Well, Zachary, what would you like for me to say? What would you like for me to say? You want to talk about the good and bad? Which part am I missing? I'm going to assume the good. What good am I leaving out? Let's go through it. What good am I leaving out? He ain't got to be the only one answering it. Some of y'all can help if you want. What good am I leaving out? Something positive for God's sake. Don't put in the comment section something positive for God's sake. You put the positive. You put the positive. You want me to find the positive and you can't. Help me. Y'all put the positive for Tua. And let's see if it's something I ain't already say. I'm being patient. I'm waiting. What's big PFF overall grade? Big? Who is big? Who is big? His hair. I like Tua hair. Suave. Well, all you find is the negative. Stop saying all I find is the negative if you can't find no positive either. Can you help me find some positive? See, some of y'all exposing yourself. Help me find the positive. Help me find the positive. I'm still waiting on somebody to put it in the comment section. Good team leader, that's it. Okay. He's a good guy. His overall grade, I think, was an 81 or something like that. His overall grade, 81. What high PFF grades? His overall is 81.9. What are we trying to compare this to? A top quarterback? Sounds good to me. 81.9 is good. So you're good with a quarterback having 4 phenomenal games, 6 trash games, and 3 games because his composite score is an 81.9. You're good with that? Before or after the concussions? What that got to do with anything? What are we talking about before or after the concussions? What does that have to do with these? None of these scores are impacted by concussions. B is passing. Oh yeah, in a ABCDF scale. But this is NFL quarterbacking. You can get a B and miss the playoffs every year. I think what it is some of y'all don't, and I'm not trying to be rude or nothing, but some of y'all don't understand statistics. Some of y'all don't understand numbers. Some of y'all don't understand sample size. Some of you don't. And let me help y'all out with sample size. Let me show y'all something, okay? Y'all follow me on this, and I promise you'll learn something, okay? I want y'all to take notice, okay? Take notice of this. I'm over here in this category, okay, that says passing, okay? You see right here the 5th category, pass. Do you see that high score in Baltimore? 53 passes, okay? Let's go to his 2nd highest passes in the season. You see that Detroit? Very high score. 42 passes. Okay? I'm showing y'all something. All right? Houston, 42, still had a positive score. Cleveland, 35, very high score. But notice the highest score, 42 passes, which is the 2nd highest, and his 3rd highest score, 53 passes. It's a huge sample size. Huge sample size. So let's say Tua only played 2 games in a season. Let me show y'all something. Let's take the last game, 29 passes, right? 54.8. And take the 42 at 96. When you put them together, this one has 13 more passes, so he's getting a heavier weight for this, a 25% more weight of 96 than he is of 54. These high games are carrying him. The problem is he has more bad games than high games, but since he didn't throw the ball as much in the low games, it's helping his overall score. And the point I'm making here is you can have 1 great game and 3 bad games and still end up with a good score overall, but you're 1-3. Easy said, bro, what are you saying? Exactly. You don't understand statistics. You don't understand numbers, ratios. Let me break it down in elementary form. I'll break it down in elementary form. If on Monday you throw 1 pass and it's incomplete, 0%, you were a bum. On Tuesday, you throw 1 pass and it was incomplete, 0%, you're a bum. On Wednesday, 1 pass incomplete, 0%, you're a bum. On Thursday, you throw 1 pass, 0%, incomplete, you're a bum. Friday, 1 pass, incomplete, 0%, you're a bum. You're 0 for 5 on the season, on the week. You are 0 for 5 on the week. Hopefully you're following me. Now on Saturday, you throw 15 passes. You connect on all 15. You were 100% in one day. Now your week is 15 out of 20. You're 75% completion. Please tell me you at least follow that. For the week, you are 75% completion. So in your mind, that's solid. But you're 1 in 5. You're 1 in 5. You just had 5 terrible games and 1 good one. But since you threw the ball more in that good one, hopefully you understand that. These are statistics. I just gave it to you in the elementary form. That's what's happening with Tua. His most passing attempts are the highest grades, so he's getting a higher weight in his score for those. But that don't mean he ain't got more worse games. So his big games carried him because Mike McDaniel knew what he was doing. He was feeding Tua. Y'all can't tell me in some of them games we weren't up by multiple scores. The game is over. Take 3 knees and Mike McDaniel's still out there throwing the ball. Do y'all remember that? We up in the game, take 3 knees and it's over, and he was still throwing the ball. Do y'all remember that? At least 2 of those games, that's what he was doing. Do y'all remember that? I hope you understood that basic statistic, those basic statistics I just gave you. That's what's happening with Tua's numbers. His great games are major weights. Major weights. Pull up Herbert's PFF. Oh, why are we pulling Herbert's PFF? Let's see. You going to tell me why, or are we just pulling it up? Herbert's PFF. That's his season. 77.9. The one thing I'll tell you about Herbert's PFF, do you see a huge disparity? Do you see a whole bunch of 50s and a whole bunch of 80s and 90s, like this big gap of night and day? No, you just see a consistent 60 to 80. Not a 50 to 90. And by the way, this is Herbert without the O-line, without the receivers all year, ribs fractured. This is what Herbert was with all that. So all y'all talk about Herbert 78.6 PFF, Tua 81.9. No, this is the version of Herbert in Tua's old situation. This is Herbert in Tua's old situation under Flores. Now, you don't want to pull up Tua under Flores. This is Justin Herbert under Flores. Oh, no, it ain't no excuses. If y'all use those excuses for 2 years for Tua, well, why don't you tell me, UTP, right now, why was Tua trash his first 2 years? Why didn't Tua look good his first 2 years? Give me every reason he didn't. See, now you don't want to talk about those reasons because you don't want to give Herbert those reasons. Give me the reasons why Tua was so bad in his first 2 years or just wasn't good. What did y'all say Tua needed? What did you say Tua needed? This O-line, anybody will look trash behind this O-line. Do you know what the Chargers O-line was ranked? 31st. These receivers aren't getting any separation. The man went 12 games without most of his receivers. Well, Tua fractured his ribs. Played through fractured ribs. Well, the defense doesn't help out. One of the worst defenses in the league this year outside of when they played Miami. Everybody got hurt. They had the #1 bus rating in the NFL at 52%. They had the most injuries out of anybody in the NFL this year. Miami O-line was trash. Herbert's O-line 31st. And don't get me started on Herbert O-line his rookie year. Pull up Tua under Flores. This is Flores Tua. 68-3. Beat a young Jacksonville team. Oh, did we lose to Jacksonville? Yeah, we lost. Sorry. Atlanta they say play well. Jets say play well. And Giants, he balled out. Outside of that, trash. New England, Tennessee, New Orleans, Jets again. Carolina, Buffalo again, New England, trash. This is Tua in Herbert's situation this year. This is why I tell y'all there are levels to this. Every Tua near was correct when they said if Tua get in Herbert and them situation, he would look better. That is true. He will look better if he had more talent around him. But the real question is, when you don't have talent around you, everybody ain't finna go down to Tua level. Everybody ain't gonna be down here in the 68.3. When you don't have everything around you, you're not good. Everybody ain't gonna rock a 68.3. The year before, everybody ain't gonna rock a 65.4. Did he pull up Herbert last year or his rookie year? I don't even know why we're doing this. I mean, it's pretty clear. Herbert in 2020 was a 79.9. That's as a rookie. Very consistent. 79.9. Sophomore. 2021, he was a 90. Last year, he was a 90. That's Herbert into his current situation. Last year, Herbert had what he needed around him. That's Herbert into his situation. 90, not 81, that had fluctuations out this world. No. Why y'all want to do Mac Jones, man? That bum. Mac Jones. All right. Last year, his rookie year, Mac Jones was an 80 flat as a rookie. Very inconsistent, had some bum games, as you can see, 47, 50, 62, 49, 51. And the sad part, this was a stretch at the end of the season. That's terrible. Had a 61, 58. See, he's another example of highly inconsistent. And look at that, some 90s all the way down to the 40s. Another example right here. Sample size. Another example. Looks good at the end of the day with the score, but it wasn't great. Some games just carried him with a higher weight. These stretches like this can't happen. That's 5 out of 6 games of bad play that can't happen. And late in the season, they still made the playoffs, but still, late in the season, these 5 out of 6 games that you had that were terrible, it cannot happen. This year, Mac Jones, 67.5. Look at these stretches. See these stretches right here? That's a 5-game window of just bad play. And the 2 on the outside of that, they were acceptable, but 5 games of bad play. And he actually started getting better later, but you can't have these stretches. This is inconsistent play. Very inconsistent. You want Tua gone? I've been wanting Tua gone because Tua is good enough not to be good enough, in my opinion. I feel like he's going to stretch us along. He's going to have more Lion games, and he's going to have more Chargers games. It's just what Tua is. This is why the Patriots are trying to move on from Mac Jones. This is why the Jets are trying to move on from their guy. The Cowboys, if they smart, they would even consider moving off from Dak if you can get better. If I was the Cowboys, I'll send Dak and a little bit of draft capital for Lamar. They might get it done because he got value. Patriots not moving on from Mac. Yeah, they will if they can find a better option. They will. I agree. They may not, but they will if they can find a better option. Just like Mac Jones' Pro Bowl season at 80 PFF as an alternate, Tua alternate Pro Bowl season 81.4, whatever it was. And it's funny. Look at Mac's season. He had a Tua season like this year. Mac last year was just like Tua's season this year. Look at the game he had versus Cleveland. Ripped them apart. Hired in the Lions game for Tua. Versus Dallas. Ripped them apart. Hired in the Lions game for Tua. Mac had a Tua type season this year. And then look what last year. Last year I'm talking about. And then look what he followed it up with. Much worse season. What Tua did this year is very similar to what Mac did last year. Don't ever compare Mac to Tua. Yeah, you're right, because Mac holds most of the Alabama records. Mac made the Pro Bowl as a rookie. You're right. Mac has accomplished more. So I'm sorry. You're right. I shouldn't compare the two. I wonder, does that eat some of the Alabama Tuaneers up? I wonder, does that eat them up? Because they don't like Mac Jones. Even though he broke almost every one or two of records. They don't like him. And then after he broke them, he broke his own records. Again, the next year in Alabama. They don't like that, y'all. Because it starts to bring Tua back down to earth even more. And then as a rookie, he made the Pro Bowl. Oh, they don't like that. Mac ain't had no weapons. Mac ain't had no O-line. You could argue our weapons have been better than his every year. I don't even know if it's an argument. Even last year, our weapons was better than his. Oh, my gosh. Mac Jones made the Pro Bowl as an alternate and did what Tua did when Tua had everything around him and Mac ain't had nothing around him. Am I tripping, y'all? I just thought about that. Am I tripping? Am I tripping? Oh, my gosh. Tell me it ain't so, TD. You can't judge Mac off of this season. The dude had Patricia. Don't let this Mac 7 fool you, bro. Hey, my thing is, even like, let me pull this up. Like, even this season, right? Give me a second. This is what I'm trying to help you realize. Even this season, with Matt Patricia, he was very inconsistent, but was it the Flores version? Detractor, not 7. I don't know what y'all talking about. What you talking about? But no, did they answer the question? Because I didn't follow the chat. I need to know if they answered the question. Is the reason why I can't compare Tua and Mac because Mac broke all his records and Mac as a rookie made Pro Bowl alternate? You good, Malachi? I see. Is that why I can't compare the two? Because Tua hasn't come close to accomplishing what he's done? Is that what it is? Is Tua better than Mac Jones? Because Mac has more success. I'm just trying to figure that out. Now that stings some people. Just curious. Just curious. Tua is fine. He shall be our QB in 2023 season, period. Yeah. Yeah, that's what they said. So I agree. That's what they said. You can ask anybody. Tua is better than Mac did. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I've said recently, yeah, I think Tua better than Mac. But when I look at the numbers, because y'all say we got to look at numbers now, QBR and all. I mean, passer rating, not QBR, passer rating and all that. When I look at numbers, I mean, Mac broke all his records in college, all of them. Higher college rating and all for passing. As a rookie, he makes the Pro Bowl as an alternate. Tua had to do it in year 3 in a perfect situation. Not perfect, but near perfect. And Mac has had less weapons than Tua his whole NFL career. Even them trash weapons last year of Gesicki, Parker, and Waddle was better than what Mac had. And he made the Pro Bowl with y'all. Do y'all remember the receivers he had last year? Can you name them? Can you name them? And compared to Waddle, Gesicki, and Parker? Just curious. When I look at the data, it says Mac better. But but the data could be lying. The data could be lying. Just like the eye test. No, that's why you have the eye test. Maybe that's what it is. Mac had a better running game and O-line. Stop it, TD. Or maybe he knew how to command the offense early and check into runs. And also hit his hots and his alerts when the blitz was coming to help his O-line look better. That's one thing I did say about rookie Mac Jones. He does a good job checking his hots and alerts. That's the one thing I will tell you about rookie Mac that stood out to me. That blitz coming, he identified it early, hike, and throw it to the hot. Checking with his alerts. He was really good at that his rookie year. And that's what you need when the pass rush coming. Make him pay for it. But we just automatically, his O-line was better. Yeah, a quarterback can influence how good an O-line can be as well. That's Brady's specialty too. It's Brady's specialty as well. Tua is the first alternate this year. Yeah. Stop, TD. You killing them. No, I'm just we're just talking facts, right? We just talking facts over feelings. What I don't understand is nobody can answer a lot of the questions that I've been asking. I've asked so many questions on this stream that make people really think. Some of the main questions I ask on the stream that'll really make you think is Flores couldn't hire a good coaching staff, but we automatically want to act like Mike McDaniel got one, but yet nobody was developed on this team. And matter of fact, I could probably name 5 to 10 people right now that regressed. Mike Gesicki regressed. Xavier Howard regressed. Ogba, before he got hurt, regressed. I'm not gonna say Hunt regressed. He just became a little less disciplined. So I'm gonna leave Hunt out of this. Eichenberg and Jackson regressed. But they weren't here before on this team. That person. Holland regressed. Still good, but he regressed. Well, he was a replacement. We didn't have a sample size before that. Jalen Phillips regressed. Shockingly, right? Go look at all his numbers across the board compared to last year. I don't know if I said Zeeler yet. That's 7 guys regressed. Production actually went down. And we're sitting here, and really the whole tight end room, but I ain't want to be nitpicky and be like Durham Smith. I ain't want to go through all that. Jason Sanders, thank you. You're right. Van Ginkel, well, I mean, I still like Van Ginkel's play. I just think he needs more playing time. So I ain't going to say less playing time means you regress. I still like his play. He just need more playing time. But yeah, that's 8 right there. Really is 10 because the whole tight end room, but I'm going to leave that alone. So we had all these players regress in their role, less than what they were last season. But we brought in all this talent. That's why we had the same record, y'all. We got better in talent, but most of the talent we already had regressed. That's why. That's why we won the same amount of games. That's why we won the same amount of games. And that's a direct correlation to coaching. So this quote unquote better coaching staff, what in the heck did they do? Somebody gonna have to answer that to me. What did they do? They brought in a better scheme. Was it a better scheme, or did we just have better personnel? So would Tyreek Hill not have been open in a Flores scheme? He wouldn't have got no separation in the Flores scheme? I'm just curious. Armstead wouldn't be a good blocker anymore with Flores. No, those guys are still going to be dogs regardless of what team they go to and what situation they in. They're going to still be dogs. And when I say dogs, they're going to be great players because they ain't really dogs. Tua had his best numbers. Tyreek did too. Armstead made another Pro Bowl. X made another Pro Bowl. That's another thing that I don't understand. It's another thing that I don't understand. If I'm throwing the ball to Jakeem Grant 10 times and he catch 3 of them, and I throw the ball to Tyreek Hill 10 times and he catch 8 of them, did the quarterback get better? Does that mean the quarterback got better? Let me say that again for UTP. If I throw the ball to Jakeem Grant 10 times and he catch 3 of them, and I throw the ball to Tyreek Hill 10 times and he catch 8, does that mean the quarterback got better? You can't make this stuff up, man. You cannot make it up. TD, what teams in our division do you think are in a good position to have success next year? Basically, which teams are on the rise, and which ones will fall? When you say division, did you mean conference or division? I'm going to wait for your answer, Malachi. I'm watching the chat for your answer. You talk about division or conference? He said division. Okay, it's simple then. So the Jets are obviously on a rise. And I can't speak on what they'll be until I know what their quarterback situation is. But I'll tell you this. Any quarterback they get better than average, they're rising and they have a shot to make the playoffs. It's still going to be extremely hard to make the playoffs next year because some of these dormant teams going to get it together. Okay? Patriots, I think they remain in purgatory unless they shock us. Nah, I'm tripping. Patriots going to make the playoffs. They're going to make it next year. Let me tell you why. They got like 53 guys under contract next year. and they got some of the most money in the NFL, top 10. They got like when they cut a few guys and all that, they're gonna have over 100 million, and they already got a lot of their foundation. So to miss the playoffs by one game, because don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, we needed the Patriots to lose in order to get in. Don't make it seem like we wrote our own ship anymore. We needed them to lose to get in. Don't forget that. So they were right there holding their own destiny and failed. And they got a draft pick and they got money. Tons of money. They could easily be back in the playoffs. So the Jets and the Patriots are on the rise. Bills will decline next year, but it's still going to be enough to either win the division or at least make the playoffs. The hard truth, let me read these super chats before I tell you the hard truth. I know I'm ahead of myself, but next season's schedule looks scary. Yep, I was just about to bring it up. If the Dolphins don't make the right changes, it could be real ugly. And G Money said they might get D-Hop if he don't come to Cleveland. Yeah, I know. But let me say this. The truth of the matter is the Dolphins are the team in the AFC East that has the biggest potential to go down. We going into next year. How much better can we get? We ain't got no draft picks. We got no money. We got to make room for minimal money to try to sign a few people. We're going to be the same team just about. And the replacements for whoever we get rid of may not even be as good as the one that we had. Let's put it in with the harder schedule. Like, what are some people out here thinking? What's going on through their head that make them wait? Well, if we stay healthy, we'll be better. You can't guarantee that. It's injuries. Every team have them. We have this amount of injuries every year. Trust me, once Byron got hurt and Nick Needham, it wasn't going to be no difference. Trio got hurt too. It wasn't going to be no difference than Cole. Matter of fact, it was a blessing Trio might have got hurt because Cole, I think, better. You're going to always have injuries. What you hoping Teron Armstead don't miss games next year? Come on, man. Is that what we banking on? Well, Tua might play a full season. Come on, man. Is that what we banking on? Extra Byron won't get hurt. What is our saving grace to try to stay healthy when you're supposed to expect injuries in this game? I told y'all this at the beginning of the season, and this is the first time I'm bringing this back up. And it's funny, I was right. I told y'all at the beginning of the season, Armstead go out, we in trouble. Tyree go out, we in trouble. He didn't go out, luckily. But I also told y'all the problem with this team is too many guys that if they go out, it could be really detrimental. Imagine how much worse our defense would be if Christian Wilkins went out. Him alone, all the chaos he causes in every game. Just him alone. You see the chaos in the secondary. I don't care who you like. Cole, who playing better. Our secondary absolutely got torched all season. Let's just call it what it is. With the exception of maybe the last few weeks. They fought the last 3 weeks of the season. They actually fought. I like our defense played well. But outside of that, they absolutely got torched all year. Period. Period. And it ain't no situation where we're going to be better next year. What you think they gonna go spend money on a high paid corner? Nope, it's gonna be Kohu, Trill, and those guys. And you, first of all, they ain't Byron Jones. Let's get that straight now. And second off, such a small sample size on them next year, they're gonna be attacked even more. They're gonna be attacked even more. The problem with us as well as fans, we get so caught up on the short-term production. Oh my gosh, look at Kohu. He's emerging. Next year, if he get toasted all season, you did it to yourself. This is what we do. You get 2, 3, 4 games. It's just like, hey, and you think you got the new future now. Man, you got to get a year or two of somebody before you really truly know who they are and what they are. And a lot of it is schematic to begin with. You don't think they put more help on Kohu's side most of every game? See, when you put more help to his side, he ain't got to worry about the deep all the time, so he could just be aggressive in the short intermediate crossers, making the game easy. But look at every time you saw him on an island. Kohu got beat. He was close, but he got beat. Yeah, he made some plays. He made some big-time plays on an island, but he still get beat. TD, y'all got ways to get more money. Dudley dropped a good video discussing how the Fins can be top 3 in cap space this season. Ain't no such thing as the Miami Dolphins being top 3 in cap space. Ain't no such thing. I ain't coming at Doug, but I can automatically assume what he did is took all the things we could do and got our cap up there and act like everybody else did nothing. So restructuring this, restructuring that, cutting that, trading that. Oh, you can get the top 3 if no team does anything. But every team is going to always every year free up an additional $30 million that it didn't look like they had. And when you do that, Miami at best can get to what, 23rd? We ain't got no money. He took all of our potential areas to save money and put it against where everybody else is, but didn't take all their potential areas to save money. I haven't seen a video, but that's the only thing I could assume. You can't. We're not the only ones who can look at their books and say, I can save money here, there, and here. Everybody could take their big contracts and do voidable years. Where you are right now on the salary cap is pretty much where you will be as far as ranking standpoint of how much you have if everybody did the same thing we did. Cheetah, you said we don't have any picks. You ain't got a first round pick. And what, your second round pick is what, 40, 50 or 40 something? That's what he did, TD. I know. I mean, it had to be what he did. I can make anything look great, but at the same token, you got to go ahead with the other teams and now go through their books and look at that $30 million contract they can restructure and save $20 million. You can't just say we do it and then nobody else do no moves and hey, we got top 3 cap space. Ain't no way it's possible for us to have top 3, even if we did everything he said. Because every team in the league is about to cut fat, make some restructures, and try to get better. And we can't even reach the top 15 when it's all said and done. Here you go, mama. Nah, Doug, my boy, too. I'm just answering that question, though. They basically brought it out, and I got to give you my take on it. It may contradict him, but it's my take. TD, is Kader Kohu a starter on our roster if we were healthy? No. You wouldn't know who Kader Kohu was if our secondary was healthy. Needham man in the slot, Byron is man in the boundary. You wouldn't even know. You wouldn't have even seen Kader Kohu play. That's why sometimes these things can be positive and can be a blessing. And I hope that if we do move on from Byron, because they're going to try to keep Needham. They don't know, but they're going to try. But if we move on from Byron, all we can do is hope he can man the ship. Hope that he can continue to develop off of that. But time will tell. Don't be mad next year. You be like, oh my gosh, get Kohu off the field. Don't be shocked. Don't be shocked. This is why I be telling y'all, let's get larger sample sizes first. And a new defensive coordinator, you don't know what type of scheme he want to run. You don't know what kind of scheme he want to run. You might want to go zone, want to do some cover 2 and stick with that. I don't know how these guys are covering the zone. A lot of these guys built to be locked on and trying to chase you. These guys ain't sit in my area and wait, guys. You don't know how they're going to adapt to what the new DC want to do. You see what they do in San Francisco. And I'm going to tell you now, in San Francisco, the whole thing don't work if they ain't got them linebackers. You need them real linebackers. Did you see what happened with CeeDee Lamb going up that seam? And that linebacker, how he covered it? Man, we ain't got nothing close to that. Missed my super chat, TD. My bad. Let me see if I can find it, bro. If Browns defense get back to 4, it's going to be trouble for the whole AFC. Bengals 7-1 against Browns. Next year, we're going to play a lot of press man. Hey, see it when we believe in it. You better hope Watson can get back to form. What do you think Flo could have done with this talent? I'm going to be honest, I don't know because I'm not used to him having it. I know if he get that Arizona job, it's going to be very interesting. They might get D-Hop if he don't come to Cleveland. I read that, G-Money. I read that one already. Yeah, I read that super chat, bro. Hey, TD, just trying to point out something. Which teams is changing things versus adjustments? Trying to point out something. Which teams is changing things versus adjustment? I don't know if you're pointing it out or you're asking. Hey, TD, just trying to point out something. Which teams is changing things versus adjustment? I don't understand the question, bro. Write it again, bro. Maybe I'm just tripping. That was Fred Warner, TD. I know. Sitting there sticking with CeeDee Lamb, stride for stride. Getting his head turned around and all. He ain't supposed to be able to do that. But he did it. See, that's what's them linebackers in San Francisco. And I tell y'all this every time, man. You need you some linebackers, man. TD, what's Brady contract with us look like? 2-year, $50 million deal. But it's going to really be a 4-year contract. But it's really 2-year, $50 million. They're going to fully guarantee the $50 million. They're going to make it a signing bonus, which is going to allow them to spread the $50 million out for the duration of the 4 or 5 years. Say they do a 5-year, 3 voidable and 2 active. That's going to give us a $10 million cap hit. Brady could be a $10 million cap hit each year. He gonna get his check up front because they'll fully guarantee it with a signing bonus. Give him a check up front, $50 million, bam, gone. But they're gonna make it a 5-year contract, but they know it's only for 2 years. And he'll be a $10 million cap hit. That's what Brady does. First, he got to sign the 2-year $50 million. Then they'll do the restructure to add 3 voidable years. That way he doesn't hurt the cap. He's gonna be $10 million each year. Could even be less. They could do $2 million this year and 18 on the back end when he ain't on the team later. Whatever they want. It'll have some dead cap because he won't be on the team. In year 3, 4, and 5, you'll be paying $10 million towards his salary, even though he ain't on the team, but that's the cost. That's what Tampa did. Brady a free agent, and they're gonna be paying something on his salary for the next 3 years, 4 years. But was it worth it? They got that Lombardi. TD, would you take Rodgers if y'all can't get Brady? I want to upgrade, but I'm going to be honest with you. If they did it, I'd be excited because we upgraded and we going for the window now. But why would I take Aaron Rodgers over Brady, right? When Aaron Rodgers is going to cost 2 first-round picks. I can't give away all my future. Brady free. 0 cost. And what I keep trying to explain to y'all as well, if you can get Brady and you truly do as an organization believe in Tua, keep Tua. Call Tua in the office. See, I would have more faith in Tua if they did something like that. Tua's about to sit behind the GOAT for a year or 2, or if he get hurt and miss games, Tua get to play. Tua might come on the backside of that more polished than any quarterback in this league, and now I might be believing, hey man, let's see what that Brady effect did for Tua. And I'm gonna be excited about what he could develop because he gonna be watching film with Brady, learning how to process and read defenses, learning from the GOAT. I would literally be down for that, and trust me, on the back end of that, I would actually be optimistic about Tua. I would be optimistic about Tua's future. Now, he got to get out there on the film and prove it, but I would be a little bit more upfront positive blindly than I am now. And if I'm Miami, I'm calling Tua in the office, and I'm telling Tua, listen, this is, if it was me, we're going to bring Brady in. We believe in you and your long-term success. We are not giving up on you. But you know as well as us, you have had a history of injuries, and we've brought so much talent in right now that we can't afford to take the risk of you getting injured and us wasting the talent for 2 years. But you are still our future. We believe in you as our future. But we have to bring in insurance. But we have to put you in the insurance role because who we're bringing in, we have to make sure we bring in a guy just as capable as we believe you are of winning a Super Bowl now. Brady's coming in. We also feel like this would also help your development, just like Mahomes sat behind Alex Smith. The only disservice we believe we gave you is not allowing you to learn from a veteran that has been consistent themselves in their career. From a contract standpoint, we will not be picking up the 5th-year option. But this year, as you're learning behind Brady and his official backup, We will continue to monitor your progress. And if we feel like we can consistently rely on you and we believe that you are worthy of the next contract, we will re-up your deal after year 4 and give you a real contract while you're sitting behind Brady for one more year. It's that simple. Do not feel like we're moving on from you. We are keeping you. Do not feel like we don't believe you can do it, but we have to be smart about this given the history. Right now, our plans is to go draft the left tackle with the 2nd round pick. Just in case Armstead goes out, we got to continue to see if we can get somebody great at that position. So it's no different. Same with Armstead, even though he'll start. We cannot make that a difficult conversation. That's real talk. What about the Brady effect for Skyler? Yeah, but at the same token, Skyler's still going to be there making peanuts if you sit him on a practice squad or not. He's yours. You drafted him. He's yours regardless. He can see he going to learn from Brady too. And that'll help us make a decision on Tua's long term. You okay, Mom? I woke you up fast. What time is it? Is it that time? Yeah, it's that time anyway. But that's what I would do. I don't know what this organization, and Brady ain't gonna hurt your cap or nothing. They want you to believe that. Yeah, but Brady gonna want 25, 30 million. Because Brady ain't trying to break the bank like that. He wants to win. Brady is chasing another ring, and everybody knows it. And they're gonna make you believe. What almost there? Oh, they're gonna make you believe. I don't know, either that or the alternative. They're gonna make you believe with Brady. Yeah, but who's gonna take a 30 million cap and you gotta pay Tua? These beat writers keep on saying that lie. They know if Brady come here, he gonna do a contract that have voidable years and he gonna be cheap. Technically, we can make him cheaper than Tua. The way you structure Brady deal, Teddy Bridgewater might have made more money than him. From a cap hit standpoint. They know this, but they don't want to say it. They want to sit around here. Yeah, but who's going to take a new contract for Brady? He's looking for money now. Brady ain't looking for money. He got a TV deal. A big old TV deal. He don't care nothing about your money no more. He chasing rings. He chasing rings. He ain't chasing no money. Brady ain't chasing no $50 million payday. He could care less. He got the money and then got 300 million waiting on him. Whenever he ready to broadcast, 300 million guaranteed. And I told y'all Brady was going to make more money off the field than on the field Brady was playing chess his whole career. I'm going to always get paid less. TD and the Bucks got to pay him $38 million next year. They don't have to pay him that. He already got his money. He's just a $38 million cap hit next year because they restructured his deal twice in those 3 years to re-up. But again, Scar 305, what was the goal for it all? Did they accomplish the goal? Was mission complete? When they gave him that contract, they knew what they were getting into, but they needed one thing to justify it. Did they get it? Did they get what they knew they were signing up for? They got it. They got it. They got the Super Bowl. That's all that matters. That's all that matters. Y'all see that? He's going to be gone, and now he a $38 million cap hit and won't even be on the team this year. But that's how he'll structure the deal with us. I don't care if we can get a Super Bowl. I'm not worried about the future. Give me that Super Bowl. At least you know you contending that year is better than doing what we doing now. 23 plus years of just no playoff wins. I'd rather go for broke and know that 3 years from now we going to be in a bad situation for 1 year. I'd rather that than to keep on chasing it the way we doing. So we're 100% sure he leaving them. It's his choice. That's all we're saying. He's an unrestricted free agent now. It's his choice. He may say, I want to come back to Tampa. That's fine. He can go wherever he wants now. It's 100% sure he gets to choose now where he wants to go. He ain't under contract and obligated by no one. He will be a free agent for the second time in his entire career. And I am telling y'all now, Brady wants to be in Miami. Does Miami want him in Miami? Miami is his first choice. You see what's happening in his personal life and his kids and his ex-wife or whatever, they're stationed down there. His kids are down there. He just got a new place to live down there over the weekend. From my understanding, that's been confirmed. But if Miami don't want him, and they're like, nah, we good, Tom, then he got to go explore his options. He might go back to Tampa, or now he going to be in free agency, going in for visits, listening to what everybody got to say. But I tell you one thing, I am going to be so teed off with the Dolphins if Tom Brady ends up a New York Jet, because he's been trying to get to Miami to stick it to Belichick and the Patriots. He has. That's why that whole tampering thing, he was going to be a Dolphin if not for the whole Flores situation. He would have been a Dolphin if not for the Flores situation. He wants to stick it to New England. So I'm telling you now, if he end up a Jet, because it ain't about taxes, it's not about money with him. He sees that top defense. He see they got money and he ain't trying to take it all. They already got good O-line pieces and they're going to make it even better. That's the problem we got to deal with. Tom Brady going to the Jets and them having even more money to get O-linemen and a few weapons. They already was in the Tyreek conversation. You don't think they trying to go get D-Hop or one of these guys? They finna spend money. They finna go for broke this year. They go get the quarterback. They gonna get the line and the weapons. That defense is set. Our defense will not be better than that defense next year. It is highly unlikely. I'll just get that straight now. Highly unlikely. You could have faith in our defense all you want, and they can be good, but the Jets got a top 5 defense in the NFL. They got a top 5 defense in the NFL. And our defensive personnel ain't getting no better than what it is now. You might get one linebacker or something, but it ain't getting that much better than it is right now. So you better hope Brady don't go to the Jets, because Miami, that's 2 L's. I don't care if 2 are starting in them games. The Jets have done that to almost every big-time quarterback this year. See what they did to Josh Allen? Both times. Both times. Don't think it's just a Skylar Thompson situation. Don't fool yourself with that. And they probably going to be better. They young. These are youngs. Youngins, man. And you're going to sit there and let their offense catch up with Brady or O-line, and then they get healthy, they running back, who is actually pretty doggone good, come back? And they going to go get a receiver or 2 with the guys they already got? I'm sorry, y'all. Keep it a buck. They will have a better roster than us. Brady, 2 O-linemen and a receiver, they will have a better roster than us, top to bottom. Top to bottom. You ain't got to believe it. You ain't got to like it. And we sitting here holding out hope for a few underthrown Hail Marys to Tyreek. We out here hoping for a few underthrown Hail Marys to Tyreek. That's another thing y'all better think about. There's a good chance Tua will regress next year. Think you're going to get another Baltimore game like that? As teams have figured you out more, you think you're going to get consistent Lions and Bears? There's a good chance he might regress, and it may not be by much, but there's a good chance he might regress. I'm telling y'all now, I feel like he already exceeded his ceiling. He didn't hit his ceiling. He exceeded it already. With all that you just said, TD, what makes you think Brady wants to come to Miami? Because he wouldn't be going to the Jets. So he won't be worrying about them. And above all, he was trying to get here. This is what I'm trying to explain to y'all. Do you know what Brady would do for this team? Brady would basically give this team an admission that we're in a 2-year window, right? And since we're in a 2-year window, now they will restructure all those deals. They will end up with $40, $50 million of cap space. That's after Brady. After they signed Brady with the voidable years. And with $50 million with the same team, Brady will bring a center with him and kick Connor to left guard. Brady will make sure they get a right tackle. See, it ain't just what Brady gonna bring himself. It's what he will force them to do. And they will listen and they will do it. We might actually legitimately get Saquon Barkley. You see the moves that you gonna make when you go for broke and you gonna get Brady? He gonna bring an elite center. Connor gonna go to guard. He gonna make sure right tackle wanna come here. We gonna have about $25 million left at that point. Saquon might be leading the backfield. And you might look up and they might keep Mike Gesicki if Brady come here. And at a lower price. You might look up and they sign Mike Gesicki on a 3-year, $24 million, and he does it. Yeah, possibly Gronk, but let's move on from that. And guess what? They ain't done. They got about 15 to 17 million left. They going to use their second round pick and go get one of these proven linebackers out there in the league. And they gonna keep Byron because he already under contract. They gonna keep X. All them other guys gonna be healthy. Trill, Kohu, all of them. Yeah, TD is dreaming now. The problem, the point of the matter is this dream could actually come true. This dream could come true. That's the point. And then when you look at the roster like that, tell me where we gonna get beat. Tell me where we gonna get beat. Tell me where we scared of anybody then. Oh, no, Chris. I mean, Nandy. This whole scenario is with Tua still on the roster. This whole scenario I'm talking about is Tua still on the roster. It could happen. That's with Tua on the roster. He just backing up Brady and developing more and learning more from the GOAT so he could take over in 2 years and be the best version of himself. But my point is, you can say I'm dreaming all I want, but if this dream was to come true, tell me what team we would fear in the NFL. Please tell me what team would we fear in the NFL? What team would we fear in the NFL? Any team with the D? Why? Brady gonna orchestrate the heck out of this offense. He got a top O-line. Bucks O-line was depleted this year. He got Saquon, Wilson, and Mostert. A guy who knows how to read a defense pre-snap and knows when to check into a run because we about to get 9 yards. He didn't have that this year in Tampa. The 32nd ranked run game in the whole NFL. Tampa was the 32nd ranked rushing in the NFL. And Brady needs to be able to catch a defense slipping. You know how many times this year Brady was like, ooh, I need to check into a run. But why? Our O-line can't run blocking. My backs ain't the same as they used to be. That was Brady's biggest issue this year. When he knew he should check into a run, he knew his O-line couldn't run block. They were terrible this year. And mind you, injuries. That was a big part of it. They were terrible in run blocking. Dead last in the NFL. And Brady need that so that he can take advantage of the defense. That's the beauty of Brady. He knows when to audible into a run and when not to, because he done seen every defense. He know what you disguising before you disguising it. He know what you doing, so he knows the best play to call. He know the best audible. And imagine him in McDaniel's system where there ain't no limitations. There ain't no, we're going to give you the plays that work to your strength. No, everything works to his strength. You can give me every play. Every play in the playbook, you could open it up. Now you're going to see the Atlanta Falcons West Coast offense with Julio and Matt. Now you're going to see that real offense running that rock, throwing the deep ball consistently. Not the 2 deep heaves a game and we luck out and get it. No, we're going to go to about 5 or 6 deep heaves a game. Running the rock, balanced offense. You can't stop the run, we killing you. Now you adjust to stop the run, we killing you the other way. Brady is mid though, TD. Yeah. He was mid his last season in New England too. Remember that? Remember that regular season game, the last one where we picked the ball, pick 6, he looked like a bum? And then the very next year, he goes on to win the Super Bowl. So Brady has earned the right to be as mid as he want to be because when he cares, he ain't lose nothing. The arm ain't fading. His brain ain't seeing doubles. They said this about him his last year in New England. And the very next year, he won a Super Bowl. And y'all remember that Dolphins game. He didn't even care. He threw the pick 6. He was mad. You remember? I was playing the replay. He was mad. He was like, these receivers suck. And he literally saw the defender and just threw it anyway and didn't even care and watched them run in. And he won't be dealing with that personal life stuff anymore. He'll be a little bit more removed from that. Y'all done lost y'all mind. Y'all trying to diminish Brady, and it'll be crazy if he goes somewhere else. And imagine Brady going to the Jets next year, exactly like I said, and they win a Super Bowl. Man, ain't gonna be nothing worse than that ever. Wherever he go next year, imagine him winning the Super Bowl and us knowing that we had a chance to go get him. That's the problem I have. That's what part of the problem that I have. TD, is Tyndall gonna be ready next year? I would assume not. Like, you're going to be ready if you play a bigger role than what you played this year. Remember Brandon Jones, his rookie year? He was the backup, but he played he had his role carved out. Tyndall, like, barely even see the man. Anyway, man, I'm about to go 4 hours deep on this stream. That's crazy. Then it feels like an hour. It just means everything I've been saying is literally, man. I'm being dead serious, man. I just want to win, and I hate watching everybody around us make the moves, and we sit there and we're content with where we are right now, and we're not gonna get much better than we are right now, y'all. Watch, they're gonna make one or two moves that make you think, "Oh my gosh, look at what we did." We have to recognize we had 7 or 8 of our top players this year regress. Well, nobody's going to talk about it, but we had 7 or 8 of our starters this year regress. "46 is not mobile anymore." I don't know who that is. I'm shooting a blank. Stop being sheep. We are the 3rd best team in Florida. Wake up, y'all. Dang, ain't that crazy? 3 teams in Florida. We the 3rd best. Hold on. Trevor Lawrence got a playoff win, didn't he? "46 is not mobile anymore. 46 is Brady." Hold on. When has Tom Brady ever been mobile? What are you talking about anymore? Maybe I'm tripping. Y'all help me out. When has Tom Brady ever been mobile? When has he ever been mobile? Am I missing something? I'm trying to think in his early years, did he get out there a lot? Like maybe a little 3-yarder to the sideline, and he looked like a bum doing that. 46 isn't mobile anymore. He ain't never been mobile. That's why he's so great. It's rare to have a guy who ain't a superhuman like Lamar, Mahomes, Allen, and Hurts and Lamar, but is still the best. He don't have the extra element that can make up for the flaws, so he's just a great quarterback. The man ain't never been mobile. The man always been the slowest thing on the field. And I'm going to tell you now, how many Super Bowls he got? Is it 7 now? Is it 7? Y'all tell me, is it 7? He got 7 now, right? Help me out. Yes, he got 7, right? He should have had 8, but one of them, his athleticism burnt him. Y'all remember when they played the Eagles in the Super Bowl? And Fields. Yeah, Fields too, of course. Y'all remember they played the Eagles in the Super Bowl? Nick Foles and Tom Brady had historic days. One of them, I think, threw for 500 yards. The other one threw over 400 yards. Both offenses could not be stopped. Do you know why the Patriots lost that game? Because they ran the same play the Eagles ran it after them. But they did a fake hand. I forgot what the trick play was. All I know is Brady went out for the pass. And Brady was open. And Brady was running for it. And Brady just was too slow. He put his arms out and the ball went right over his arm. He was just too slow. That one play lost the Super Bowl because everything the Patriots got, the Eagles got. They were stride for stride. They were matching each other. All offense, screw the defenses. And the Eagles came back and ran that same play, and Nick Foles caught it and went in for the touchdown. Do y'all remember that? Did he get his hands on it? Did Brady get his hands on the pass? I just know that he just was too slow. I'm telling you, Brady would have 8 Super Bowls right now if he made that one catch. That play had me dying. He was open too. That's what's crazy. Yeah, he dropped it right off his fingertips. Yeah, baby girl. You was hanging out with mommy and now you all better. He dropped it. So it did touch his fingers, but it was off the tippity tip of his fingers. Man, I'm telling y'all, the Philly special play, because the Philly did it after that and Philly got it. I'm telling y'all, that was the only difference in the game. They couldn't stop the Patriots offense and they couldn't stop the Eagles offense. It was back and forth, back and forth. They just couldn't be stopped, and it came down to that one play. Yeah, the strip sack, but they made a play on Foles too. But that one play was an actual touchdown. Brady was wide open, man. Amendola could have thrown a better ball, though. Yeah, maybe, but we all saw Brady moving on that play. You saw how he was moving on that play. Eagles did it first, but that makes it even worse. My bad. Eagles did it first. They did it second and couldn't convert it. Couldn't convert it. That was a great Super Bowl, yes. I mean, one of them, I'm telling y'all, one of them had 500 yards in the Super Bowl. The other one had like 4 something. It was a crazy offensive game. They were lighting it up. Patriots did it first. Yeah, man, y'all ain't gonna confuse me. One of them did it first and the other one didn't get it. I know Brady didn't get his. All right. Tom had 500 and what was it, like 469 for Nick Foles? Something like that. It was 4 something. Tom Brady threw for 500 yards in that Super Bowl and lost. And I'm telling you, to me, it came down to that one pass. I mean, he was absolutely on fire throwing in that game. Nick Foles was too, though. I'm telling you, man, that was a great game, man. It was just crazy. Back and forth. They were just eating. Both offenses would not be denied. Man, oh man. Super Bowl Tom is crazy, man. And these people keep on trying to minimize what he can do and what, man, y'all better stop, man. I don't understand. Well, any real Dolphin fan wouldn't want Tom. Why not? Because he kicked your behind all them years? What you that hurt? Because he beat you behind all them years, now you don't want him to play for you? It ain't his fault he whooped you. It's your fault. That don't make no sense to me, Dolphin fans. Any real Dolphin fan wouldn't want Tom. He the enemy. No, you the enemy for not being good enough to beat him. I want to make him an enemy. Be mad at your team. How you going to get mad at him because he beat you? Don't get mad at him because he beat you. Be mad at yourself. Or get wise and go get the guy that you can't beat so that you can beat everybody. No, you ain't a real Dolphin fan if you want Tom. Oh, my gosh. What is wrong with these mentalities, man? I don't care if Tom will bring us a Super Bowl. No. Oh, my gosh. Can't believe the stuff I be hearing out here. Can't believe the stuff I be hearing, man. Y'all make more excuses about being better than anybody. And when I say y'all, it's the select Dolphin fans. They know who they are. They make more excuses about being better than anybody. Anything that'll make us better. No, man, no. Trust the process. Oh, man. I blame Nick Saban for all of this, man. Don't talk about that bum. I can't stand him. He ain't good college coach either. He carried by them 5-star players. He got at every position, all 24 5-stars. Not 22 5-stars he got on offense and defense. Don't tell me you're a great coach. Don't tell me you're a great coach if you got 22 5-star players every year and you come to the NFL and you trash. No, don't tell me you're a good college coach either. Getting the best talent you can find. That ain't hard. Go ahead and go to one of them teams in your division that's ranked out of all them teams in your division. Go to one of them bottom teams. Go show me how you can coach some 3-star players. Let's see if you get to a national championship. Matter of fact, I'll do you better. Go get 4-star players. All 4-star players. Let's see if you can get them boys to beat them 5-star players. I want to hear nothing about no Nick Saban. You're going to write his career as a coach based off of having the easiest ride to greatness there is. Who's the greatest college coach? Man, get out of here, man. Jimmy Johnson. Bobby Bowden, the guys like that. Ain't no Nick Saban. Jimmy Johnson ain't had 5 stars. He had Miami players from the crib. All them boys wasn't 5-star players. That's two nearest TD around here talking mess. Yeah, you talking as if Brady in his prime. Cloud Life. Let me ask you a question. When Brady won a Super Bowl with the Bucks, was he in his prime? Come on, Cloud Life. Don't hesitate. Hurry up and answer. Come on. We putting that pressure on you. We putting that pressure on you. Answer the question. When Brady won a Super Bowl with the Bucks, was he in his prime? Hurry up. Don't think about it. Come on. Give me an answer. Give me a heartfelt answer. So you want give Saban his due, but you want a washed up Tom Brady on the team? Oh, you don't want to answer the question. You don't want to answer the question, huh? I see. And then you say washed up Brady when he had a better season than he did his last year in New England. But then he win the Super Bowl the very next year. He had a lucky run with the Bucks. Remember, they were a 9-7 team. Cloud Life, you're not going to answer the question? Was he in his prime? You're not going to answer the question, huh? Did he answer it yet? Tom Brady went 9-7 that season with the Bucks because they got hot. Bro, what are you talking about? I'm not understanding what you're talking about. 9-7. The year they won Super Bowl, the man won like, bro, didn't they had double-digit wins? What are you talking about? They what were they? 11-5 that year? They went 11-5. And had the first round. Did they have the number one record in the NFC with a first round bye? That would make sense because they didn't play 4 games. They played 3 at the end. They were the number one seed then in the NFC. What are you talking about, bro? Man, see, I told y'all, man, they be making these excuses up not to want to win. They make excuses up just not to want to win. Whatever they can do not to want to win. You can't make this stuff up, y'all. You're right here live. You witnessing it. I told y'all thought I'd be playing. It's out here. You're witnessing it live right now. I ain't scare him off. He going on that phone to check. No, he did. Oh, he was 11-5. Oh, crap. Well, let me see. What can I say? He still wasn't great. Yeah, he got lucky. I don't know. He going to come back with something. Man. Come on, bro. Cloud just embarrassed himself. He ain't embarrassed himself. We all family over here. But you can say, I was wrong. You can say, I was wrong, bro. TD Springer at it again. Hey, you all right, Cloud? Because you have exited the chat. I hope you all right. Somebody said, Cloud, sign off YouTube and make another account. Man, y'all leave the homie alone, man. Ain't nothing wrong with a little disagreement, but he's just wrong. He's just wrong. Just on his mission to make Brady look bad. He's wrong. That's all that matters. He's wrong in his mission to make Brady look bad. Oh, man. Dang, Cloud might have really did leave. Oh, no. We lost him. Dang. No, you wrong. Hey, if you feel I'm wrong then. I trust me when I tell you. I think the chat got the point. Y'all very few handful can sit there and be like, no, you're wrong. Okay. All right. Man. Oh, man. You loud and wrong right now. All right, Huey. They didn't go 11-5 in the regular season. I'm wrong. Okay, I'm loud and wrong. All right. Great show today, TD. Appreciate you, Scott, man. Oh, man. Google it right now. Already done. The Bucks literally went 14-5 that year because they made the playoffs at 11-5. And they won 3 straight games to win the Super Bowl to end up 11-5. So there you have it, bro. Just trying to help you out. All right, Huey. It is what it is. Oh boy. What he said? Oh, 15-5. My bad. Okay, they didn't win the division. Is that what it is? Is that what you're saying? Is that what we're talking about right now? They didn't win the division. Is that what the argument is? I don't know. Is that what you're arguing about, Huey? You have no idea what you're talking about. Well, let's be clear here, Huey. Which one are we talking about? Him going 9-7 or him winning the division? I might assume wrong that he won the division. But my argument with Cloud Life is that Cloud Life say he went 9-7. I assume they won a division and maybe they didn't. But as far as 9-7, he is wrong. Period. Huey hooping. The Bucks went 9-7. Oh, Huey is Cloud's new account. He went and set up just now. Okay. I got it. I got it. I got it. What year is this? That's this year. Get off of there, man. Here you go, Huey. Can you show me 9-7 on this Super Bowl year? Here you go, Huey. Here you go, Huey. Here you go, Huey. This is the Super Bowl year, Huey. Look at the screen, Huey. Oh, maybe I got the wrong screen shared. Hold on. I got the wrong one shared, Huey. I'm gonna help you out, Huey. We gonna hook you up, bro. We don't want to leave no brothers left behind, all right? There you go, Huey. $11-5, Huey. 11-5. Okay? The 2020-2021 season. Now Huey says, dude, I said he was wrong about Bucks being 9-7. You asked me if he was wrong about winning division or being 9-7. You said I was wrong about Bucks being 9-7. I never said the Bucks were 9-7, Huey. Don't backtrack now, bro. I never said the Bucks were 9-7. I said they were 11-5, and you knew that very clearly. Don't backtrack now. Talk about I was wrong saying they were 9-7. Go start a third account, bro. Go start another account, bro. He all right, y'all. You said they were the number 1 seed because I thought they won a division, and I told you I could have been wrong on that. And then I clarified in detail, Huey. I said to you, Huey, which one are we arguing? Are we arguing if they won the division, or are we arguing 9-7? Because I could be wrong about the division, but not 9-7. You came back in the chat and said we are arguing 9-7. You literally clarified that we were arguing 9-7. And now all of a sudden, that ain't what you were arguing. But you know what, Huey? We all good, man. Then I said he was wrong about him being 9-7. Who was wrong, Huey? Are you talking about Cloud Life? I don't know. At this point, Huey, you know what? I was wrong about it all. I'll take the L, man. It ain't even that serious. I'll take the L. I was wrong about everything. It might be a whole bunch of confusion, but I was wrong. If what you're saying is correct and that's what you meant, then I was wrong. Well, basically what you're saying is you were trying to tell me that I was wrong about Root winning the division, and you were saying that Cloud Life was only wrong about going 9-7. I'm going to give that to you and say I was wrong, okay? All right. But we did lose Cloud Life. We did lose Cloud Life. So if y'all see Cloud Life out here in these YouTube streets, let him know, man. I'm sorry, bro. TD say he's sorry, bro. He's sorry. All right, y'all. It's past 2:00, man. I'm about to get up out of here. I appreciate y'all kicking the breeze with me this morning, having a good old time talking Dolphin football, talking about all this craziness, man. Potential opportunities that we will or won't take and all that good stuff, man. I will see y'all later. I may be live again today. Trying to make sure I go live at least once every day. But maybe I'll come back at it later today. Any breaking news that come through, I'll be live on it. But yeah, man. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. This is TD Fans Talk, home of the real Miami Dolphin fans. Let your friends and family members know about the channel as well. We're almost at another threshold of 24,700. We are just a few subs away, 2 subs away, but that goes up and down. So I appreciate y'all, man. Love y'all so much. Thank y'all for always rocking with me. Hopefully I'll see y'all later today. If not, I will see you tomorrow for sure. But y'all have a blessed day. Good evening, good afternoon, all that. Peace. I'm out. Love you.